I'm Celine Hawor. I am the Chief Executive Officer at the International Institute for Legislative Affairs, ILA. And advocacy is an important component of tobacco control in the country. And advocacy, especially what we do as civil society organizations, has played a significant role in tobacco control policy implementation in the country. And this is also supported by the recognition of the role of civil society in implementation of the FCTC. The FCTC actually recognizes the important role that civil society, non-governmental organizations, and non-state actors in general play in realizing or supporting achievement of the objectives of the FCTC, which also speak to the attainment of the objectives of our Tobacco Control Act. And what the CSOs have been able to achieve in the past in regards to advocacy is one of the significant areas that advocacy has supported is tobacco taxation, which has generated success stories or benefits over the past several years. And this can be traced back all the way to even the enactment, passage of the Tobacco Control Act from the beginning, 2007, a role that, a space that the CSOs really supported and worked very closely with government agencies to see that the act was passed. But also now coming down to tobacco taxation, this is an area that the CSOs have worked in for many years, including ILA, and now we also have NTA and KETC and other actors on board, which is actually what we need because of the challenges that we are currently seeing in this space, where we are witnessing a lot of industry interference on a new dimension that we've not seen before, as well as political interference or lack of commitment from politicians, which calls for us to come together, to be more united, more than ever actually, and be able to speak from the same point of view, to have one agenda and have us build a strong coalition or a strong movement of civil society organization and non-state actors to drive this agenda, because we need to develop or build that strong and powerful movement. It is only with that we can be able to address some of these challenges that you are seeing, especially coming from the industry and the political problems that you are seeing. So this conference has been a good platform to talk about tobacco taxation and what the various actors are doing, both government and non-state actors. And we are seeing the need to address some of the key issues that have come up in the recent Finance Act that was passed. One of them being the fact that we need to bring back inflation adjustment of excise taxes that was repealed from the Excise Duty Act of 2015, but also relook at our tax structure. And we just had a presentation here on the tax model simulation that the University of UCT has done. And I think this is a chance for us to review our structures and how we apply. We're able to use that tool to be able to bring forth a compelling case of restructuring the tobacco tax system that we have. So ideally, I think from what we've had, something that we've known and we've always been preaching about is that we need a unified and simplified tax structure that taxes all cigarettes at the same rate, regardless of whether or not they have filters, and then be intentional about increasing that rate and also adjusting the rates to inflation. So this is still a call to the CSOs that we still have a lot to do, and we can only do this if we come together, collaborate, bring all our resources, bring all our expertise and our skills and knowledge together, and address this, tackle this matter as a community together. Thank you.
The Executive Director at the Kenyan Network of Cancer Organizations, which is an umbrella body for cancer civil society organizations in Kenya. We are more than 60 organizations, all united together for our united response against cancer. So tobacco taxation is a key issue for us, given that tobacco use is associated with more than 20 cancers. Thus, if we are able to prevent tobacco use, then definitely it's going to have a positive impact on health. WHO, the World Health Organization, has shown that tobacco taxation is the surest way to reduce consumption of tobacco. It is a key discussion for us when we are talking about tobacco taxation. The more we increase tax, then the more we reduce the consumption, and the more we are able to create a positive ripple effect in that consumers, especially the young generation, will not start the consumption. Our other key point is, if possible, it is important that government is able to tax these products, the tobacco products, and in turn divert this tax to healthcare. Since tobacco has all the bad effects, then it is the same tobacco that should be able to clean up the mess. So any money that we receive from taxation of tobacco should be used in health for rehabilitative measures for those that are already addicted, for them to be able to stop the consumption and for them to be able to deal with the side effects. Thank you.
Hello, I am Cyprian Mosted. I'm a chief economist at the Brain in Mind Institute, and I'm responsible to drive the economics of tobacco consumption in the context of Kenya. We do have a big problem when it comes to the new generation products in terms of taxation. There is a need to reform the tax policy, because we do see that the majority of the products that have been traded are mainly been traded illicit, and there's evidence that the tax regulator have not collected any revenue, especially in 2022. We do need basically to relook into mechanisms of strengthening and capacitating Kenya Revenue Authority so that we're able to make the industry account. The second part that is very important is the industry interference into the tobacco control space. So when you see the report that comes from University of Perth, does highlight that there is some form of influence that comes from the industry, which all tobacco control advocates need to shine the spotlight and advocate for better policy formulation without industry interference. For example, our tobacco taxation regime, when it comes to tobacconomics scorecards, we have scored less than 1 in the scorecard of 5, with 5 basically presenting a best tobacco tax regime that reduces consumptions without industry interference. So there's a need to really address all these issues so that ultimately we're able to improve tobacco control and benefit our society that we serve. In fact, the Kenyan Constitution does prohibit industry interference into our tobacco control work. So all we need is just better enforcement. And I do believe that once we do that, we'll be in the right direction. Thank you.
Jina langu ni Joel Shunza Gitari, mwenyekiti wa shirika la Kenya Tobacco Control Alliance, na nina furaha ya kwamba tunazungumzia masuala yanayohusiana na udhibiti wa tobacco katika nchi yetu kama washikadau kutoka mashirika yasiyokuwa ya kiserikali pamoja na washikadau wenzetu wakiwemo wale wa serikali. Ni kwamba tungependa nchi yetu iwe nchi ya afya, kwa sababu wananchi ambao wana afya wanaweza wakafanya kazi, wanaweza wakainua nchi yao, wanaweza wakapigana na umaskini na matatizo walio nayo kwa sababu wana afya, na ya kwamba tumbako ni kitu kimoja ambacho kinasababisha magonjwa mengi na kufanya mzigo wa kugharamia magonjwa hayo kuwa makubwa, pamoja hata na mazingira na kadhalika. Kwa hivyo tukija pamoja hivi tunabadilishana mawazo ili tuone tutaenda namna gani kama watu wa nchi hii, ili kuchangia katika ujenzi wa taifa letu, kuhifadhi mazingira, kuimarisha uchumi, kuhakikisha afya zetu ni sawa na kufurahia kuwa watu wa taifa ambalo ni dhabiti.
Hello, my name is Vincent Kimosop. I am really happy to have had an opportunity to be part of this tobacco tax conference that's been convened by the National Taxpayers Association. I want to commend NTA for this initiative, bringing different stakeholders together to have this important conversation. Now, this conversation is taking place at the time where the government has prioritized universal healthcare access as part of its agenda. And when we discuss tobacco tax, it is important to appreciate that as an exercisable good, Some of the international best practices include the taxation of tobacco, so that the excise tax constitutes 70% of its retail price. In Kenya, we are doing way below that. So that's one thing that is required. Number two is also the simplicity of the tax system. We were compliant in 2015, where we had a specific tax, inflation adjusted, but we regressed in 2017. And one of the things that therefore would appeal to the advocates and advise the government is that it is important to simplify the tax. Let's have one specific tax, and then also let's have it inflation adjusted, then progressively to tax tobacco products, so that the excise tax constitutes 70% of the retail price. I want to commend this space, and also just to point out that as we raise tobacco tax, it is important that the allocations to the Ministry of Health, financing of health, be supported. Kenya can learn and borrow best practices from countries like Thailand, where they have a foundation where alcohol and tobacco taxes go towards it, and they use it towards improving and providing healthcare. They are good places to learn from, so that then we have sustainable financing of the health care system, so that then Kenyans can enjoy their rights as outlined and provided by Article 43 of the Constitution, and also Section 12 of the Tobacco Control Act, that requires the minister responsible for finance to use price and tax policies to support the objectives, and that is to ensure that we have Kenyans who are living health and living lives free from tobacco use or exposure. I thank you.
My name is Celine Hawor. I am the Chief Executive Officer at the International Institute for Legislative Affairs, ILA. And advocacy is an important component of tobacco control in the country. And advocacy, especially what we do as civil society organizations, has played a significant role in tobacco control policy implementation in the country. And this is also supported by the recognition of the role of civil society in implementation of the FCTC. The FCTC actually recognizes the important role that civil society, non-governmental organizations, and non-state actors in general play in realizing or supporting achievement of the objectives of the FCTC, which also speak to the attainment of the objectives of our Tobacco Control Act. And what the CSOs have been able to achieve in the past in regards to advocacy is one of the significant areas that advocacy has supported is tobacco taxation, which has generated success stories or benefits over the past several years. And this can be traced back all the way to even the enactment, passage of the Tobacco Control Act from the beginning, 2007, a space that the CSOs really supported and worked very closely with government agencies to see that the act was passed. But also now coming down to tobacco taxation, this is an area that the CSOs have worked in for many years, including ILA, and now we also have NTA and NCETC and other actors on board, which is actually what we need because of the challenges that we are currently seeing in this space, where we are witnessing a lot of industry interference on a new dimension that we've not seen before, as well as political interference or lack of commitment from politicians, which calls for us to come together, to be more united, more than ever actually, and be able to speak from the same point of view, to have one agenda and build a strong coalition or a strong movement of civil society organization and non-state actors to drive this agenda, because we need to develop or build that strong and powerful movement. It is only with that we can be able to address some of these challenges that you are seeing, especially coming from the industry and the political problems that you are seeing. So this conference has been a good platform to talk about tobacco taxation and what the various actors are doing, both government and non-state actors. And we are seeing the need to address some of the key issues that have come up in the recent Finance Act that was passed. One of them being the fact that we need to bring back inflation adjustment of excise taxes that was repealed from the Excise Duty Act of 2015, but also relook at our tax structure. And we just had a presentation here on the tax model simulation that they review our structures and how we apply. We're able to use that tool to be able to bring forth a compelling case of restructuring the tobacco tax system that we have. So ideally, I think from what we've had, something that we've known and we've always been preaching about is that we need a unified and simplified tax structure that taxes all cigarettes at the same rate, regardless of whether or not they have filters, and then be intentional about increasing that rate and also adjusting the rates to inflation. So this is still a call to the CSOs that we still have a lot to do, and we can only do this if we come together, collaborate, bring all our resources, bring all our expertise and our skills and knowledge together, and address this, tackle this matter as a community together. Thank you. My name is Celine Howard.
Hi, my name is
I am
Leon
the Chief Executive
Ugoti.
Officer at the
I'm a
International
medical
Institute
doctor
for
and tobacco control advocate and public health practitioner in Kenya. I've enjoyed the conference that has been here today on tobacco tax, an area that is very significant and just very interesting just listening to the enlightening discussions on how tax can be collected better and actually on whether it should be collected and whether these funds that come up should be dedicated to health and such things. So it's been very interesting. There are a lot of comments from a lot of different players in the industry. And I think for me, the take home really is that there is need to increase excise taxes because it has shown that it will reduce consumerism. It actually reduces the number of pieces of cigarettes that people use, and also makes people less likely to smoke. And especially for the poor and for the youth, it acts as a major deterrent to tobacco use and to becoming addicted. So I think for me, this is an area that is very important, even as we implement the FCTC, to consider that taxation being the most effective and most cost-effective measure must be the one that we really push for, and to try and ensure that Kenya moves to a uniform taxation mechanism as opposed to the mixed tier one that we are using currently. So I think for me, I've enjoyed the conference and I hope to participate in more of such. Thank you.
Legislative Affairs, ILA. And I'm Celine Howard. I am the Chief Executive Officer at the International Institute for Legislative Affairs, ILA. And advocacy is an important component of tobacco control in the country. And advocacy, especially what we do as civil society organizations, has played a significant role in tobacco control policy implementation in the country. And this is also supported by the recognition of the role of civil society in implementation of the FCTC. The FCTC actually recognizes the important role that civil society, non-governmental organizations, and non-state actors in general play in realizing or supporting achievement of the objectives of the FCTC, which also speak to the attainment of the objectives of our Tobacco Control Act. And what the CSOs have been able to achieve in the past in regards to advocacy is one of the significant areas that advocacy has supported is tobacco taxation, which has generated success stories or benefits over the past several years. And this can be traced back all the way to even the enactment passage of the Tobacco Control Act from the beginning, 2007, a role that with government agencies to see that the act was passed. But also now coming down to tobacco taxation, this is an area that the CSOs have worked in for many years, including ILA, and now we also have NTA and KETC and other actors on board, which is actually what we need because of the challenges that we are currently seeing in this space where we are actually, and be able to speak from the same point of view, to have one agenda and have us build a strong coalition or a strong movement of civil society organization and non-state actors to drive this agenda, because we need to develop or build that strong and powerful movement. It is only with that we can be able to address some of these challenges that you are seeing, especially coming from the industry and the political problems that you are seeing. So this conference has been a good platform to talk about tobacco taxation and what the various actors are doing, both government and non-state actors. And we are seeing the need to address some of the key issues that have come up in the recent Finance Act that was passed. One of them being the fact that we need to bring back inflation adjustment of excise taxes that was repealed from the Excise Duty Act of 2015, but also relook at our tax structure. And we just had a presentation here on the tax model simulation that the University of UCT has done. And I think this is a chance for us to review our structures and how we apply. We're able to use that tool to be able to bring forth a compelling case of restructuring the tobacco tax system that we have. So ideally, I think from what we've had, something that we've known and we've always been preaching about is that we need a unified and simplified tax structure that taxes all cigarettes at the same rate, regardless of whether or not they have filters, and then be intentional about increasing that rate and also adjusting the rates to inflation. So this is still a call to the CSOs that we still have a lot to do, and we can only do this if we come together, collaborate, bring all our resources, bring all our expertise and our skills and knowledge together, and address this, tackle this matter as a community together. Thank you. My name is Celine Hawor. I am the Chief Executive Officer at the International Institute for Legislative Affairs, ILA. And advocacy is an important component of tobacco control in the country. And advocacy, especially what we do as civil society organizations, has played a significant role in tobacco control policy implementation in the country. And this is also supported by the recognition of the role of civil society in implementation of the FCTC. The FCTC actually recognizes the important role that civil society, non-governmental organizations, and non-state actors in general play in realizing or supporting achievement of the objectives of the FCTC, which also speak to the attainment of the objectives of our Tobacco Control Act. And what the CSOs have been able to achieve in the past in regards to advocacy is one of the significant areas that advocacy has supported is tobacco taxation, which has generated success stories or benefits over the past several years, and this can be traced back all the way to even the enactment passage of the Tobacco Control Act from the beginning, 2007, a role that a space that the CSOs really supported and worked very closely with government agencies to see that the act was passed. But also now coming down to tobacco taxation, this is an area that the CSOs have worked in for many years, including ILA, and now we also have NTA and KETC and other actors on board, which is actually what we need because of the challenges that we are currently seeing in this space, where we are witnessing a lot of industry interference on a new dimension that we've not seen before, as well as political interference or lack of commitment from politicians, which calls for us to come together, to be more united, more than ever actually, and be able to speak from the same point of view, to have one agenda and have us build a strong coalition or a strong movement of civil society organization and non-state actors to drive this agenda, because we need to develop or build that strong and powerful movement. It is only with that we can be able to address some of these challenges that you are seeing, especially coming from the industry and the political problems that you are seeing. So this conference has been a good platform to talk about tobacco taxation and what the various actors are doing, both government and non-state actors. And we are seeing the need to address some of the key issues that have come up in the recent Finance Act that was passed. One of them being the fact that we need to bring back inflation adjustment of excise taxes that was repealed from the Excise Duty Act of 2015, but also relook at our tax structure. And we just had a presentation here on the tax model simulation that the University of UCT has done. And I think this is a chance for us to review our structures and how we apply. We're able to use that tool to be able to bring forth a compelling case of restructuring the tobacco tax system that we have. So ideally, I think from what we've had, something that we've known and we've always been preaching about is that we need a unified and simplified tax structure that taxes all cigarettes at the same rate, regardless of whether or not they have filters, and then be intentional about increasing that rate and also adjusting the rates to inflation. So this is still a call to the CSOs that we still have a lot to do, and we can only do this if we come together, collaborate, bring all our resources, bring all our expertise and our skills and knowledge together, and address this, tackle this matter as a community together. Thank you. My name is Celine Hawor. I am the Chief Executive Officer at the International Institute for Legislative Affairs, ILA. And advocacy is an important component of tobacco control in the country. And advocacy, especially what we do as civil society organizations, has played a significant role in tobacco control policy implementation in the country. And this is also supported by the recognition of the role of civil society in implementation of the FCTC, The FCTC actually recognizes the important role that civil society, non-governmental organizations, and non-state actors in general play in realizing or supporting achievement of the objectives of the FCTC, which also speak to the attainment of the objectives of our Tobacco Control Act. And what the CSOs have been able to achieve in the past in regards to advocacy is one of the significant areas that advocacy has supported is tobacco taxation, which has generated success stories or benefits over the past several years, and this can be traced back all the way to even the enactment passage of the Tobacco Control Act from the beginning, 2007, a role that a space that the CSOs really supported and worked very closely with government agencies to see that the act was passed. But also now coming down to tobacco taxation, this is an area that the CSOs have worked in for many years, including ILA, and now we also have NTA and NCAT and other actors on board, which is actually what we need because of the challenges that we are currently seeing in this space, where we are witnessing a lot of industry interference on a new dimension that we've not seen before, as well as political interference or lack of commitment from politicians, which calls for us to come together, to be more united, more than ever actually, and be able to speak from the same point of view, to have one agenda and have us build a strong coalition or a strong movement of civil society organization and non-state actors to drive this agenda, because we need to develop or build that strong and powerful movement. It is only with that we can be able to address some of these challenges that you are seeing, especially coming from the industry and the political problems that you are seeing. So this conference has been a good platform to talk about tobacco taxation and what the various actors are doing, both government and non-state actors. And we are seeing the need to address some of the key issues that have come up in the recent Finance Act that was passed. One of them being the fact that we need to bring back inflation adjustment of excise taxes that was repealed from the Excise Duty Act of 2015, but also relook at our tax structure. And we just had a presentation here on the tax model simulation that the University of UCT has done. And I think this is a chance for us to review our structures and how we apply. We're able to use that tool to be able to bring forth a compelling case of restructuring the tobacco tax system that we have. So ideally, I think from what we've had, something that we've known and we've always been preaching about is that we need a unified and simplified tax structure that taxes all cigarettes at the same rate, regardless of whether or not they have filters, and then be intentional about increasing that rate and also adjusting the rates to inflation. So this is still a call to the CSOs that we still have a lot to do, and we can only do this if we come together, collaborate, bring all our resources, bring all our expertise and our skills and knowledge together, and address this, tackle this matter as a community together. Thank you. My name is Celine Hawor. I am the Chief Executive Officer at the International Institute for Legislative Affairs, ILA. And advocacy is an important component of tobacco control in the country. And advocacy, especially what we do as civil society organizations, has played a significant role in tobacco control policy implementation in the country. And this is also supported by the recognition of the role of civil society in implementation of the FCTC. The FCTC actually recognizes the important role that civil society, non-governmental organizations, and non-state actors in general play in realizing or supporting achievement of the objectives of the FCTC, which also speak to the attainment of the objectives of our Tobacco Control Act. And what the CSOs have been able to achieve in the past in regards to advocacy is one of the significant areas that advocacy has supported is tobacco taxation, which has generated success stories or benefits over the past several years, and this can be traced back all the way to even the enactment passage of the Tobacco Control Act from the beginning, 2007, a role that a space that the CSOs really supported and worked very closely with government agencies to see that the act was passed. But also now coming down to tobacco taxation, this is an area that the CSOs have worked in for many years, including ILA, and now we also have NTA and NCETC and other actors on board, which is actually what we need because of the challenges that we are currently seeing in this space, where we are witnessing a lot of industry interference on a new dimension that we've not seen before, as well as political interference or lack of commitment from politicians, which calls for us to come together, to be more united, more than ever actually, and be able to speak from the same point of view, to have one agenda and have us build a strong coalition or a strong movement of civil society organization and non-state actors to drive this agenda, because we need to develop or build that strong and powerful movement. It is only with that we can be able to address some of these challenges that you are seeing, especially coming from the industry and the political problems that you are seeing. So this conference has been a good platform to talk about tobacco taxation and what the various actors are doing, both government and non-state actors. And we are seeing the need to address some of the key issues that have come up in the recent Finance Act that was passed. One of them being the fact that we need to bring back inflation adjustment of excise taxes that was repealed from the Excise Duty Act of 2015, but also relook at our tax structure. And we just had a presentation here on the tax model simulation that the University of UCT has done. And I think this is a chance for us to review our structures and how we apply. We're able to use that tool to be able to bring forth a compelling case of restructuring the tobacco tax system that we have. So ideally, I think from what we've had, something that we've known and we've always been preaching about is that we need a unified and simplified tax structure that taxes all cigarettes at the same rate, regardless of whether or not they have filters, and then be intentional about increasing that rate and also adjusting the rates to inflation. So this is still a call to the CSOs that we still have a lot to do, and we can only do this if we come together, collaborate, bring all our resources, bring all our expertise and our skills and knowledge together, and address this, tackle this matter as a community together. Thank you. My name is Celine Hawor. I am the Chief Executive Officer at the International Institute for Legislative Affairs, ILA. And advocacy is an important component of tobacco control in the country. And advocacy, especially what we do as civil society organizations, has played a significant role in tobacco control policy implementation in the country. And this is also supported by the recognition of the role of civil society in implementation of the FCTC. The FCTC actually recognizes the important role that civil society, non-governmental organizations, and non-state actors in general play in realizing or supporting achievement of the objectives of the FCTC, which also speak to the attainment of the objectives of our Tobacco Control Act. And what the CSOs have been able to achieve in the past in regards to advocacy is one of the significant areas that advocacy has supported is tobacco taxation, which has generated success stories or benefits over the past several years. And this can be traced back all the way to even the enactment passage of the Tobacco Control Act from the beginning, 2007, a role that a space that the CSOs really supported and worked very closely with government agencies to see that the act was passed. but also now coming down to tobacco taxation. This is an area that the CSOs have worked in for many years, including ILA, and now we also have NTA and NCETC and other actors on board, which is actually what we need because of the challenges that we are currently seeing in this space, where we are witnessing a lot of industry interference on a new dimension that we've not seen before, as well as political interference or lack of commitment from politicians, which calls for us to come together, to be more united, more than ever actually, and be able to speak from the same point of view, to have one agenda and have us build a strong coalition or a strong movement of civil society organization and non-state actors to drive this agenda, because we need to develop or build that strong and powerful movement. It is only with that we can be able to address some of these challenges that you are seeing, especially coming from the industry and the political problems that you are seeing. So this conference has been a good platform to talk about tobacco taxation and what the various actors are doing, both government and non-state actors. And we are seeing the need to address some of the key issues that have come up in the recent Finance Act that was passed. One of them being the fact that we need to bring back inflation adjustment of excise taxes that was repealed from the Excise Duty Act of 2015, but also relook at our tax structure. And we just had a presentation here on the tax model simulation that the University of UCT has done. And I think this is a chance for us to review our structures and how we apply. We're able to use that tool to be able to bring forth a compelling case of restructuring the tobacco tax system that we have. So ideally, I think from what we've had, something that we've known and we've always been preaching about is that we need a unified and simplified tax structure that taxes all cigarettes at the same rate, regardless of whether or not they have filters, and then be intentional about increasing that rate and also adjusting the rates to inflation. So this is still a call to the CSOs that we still have a lot to do, and we can only do this if we come together, collaborate, bring all our resources, bring all our expertise and our skills and knowledge together, and address this, tackle this matter as a community together. Thank you. My name is Celine Hawor. I am the Chief Executive Officer at the International Institute for Legislative Affairs, ILA. And advocacy is an important component of tobacco control in the country. And advocacy, especially what we do as civil society organizations, has played a significant role in tobacco control policy implementation in the country. And this is also supported by the recognition of the role of civil society in implementation of the FCTC. The FCTC actually recognizes the important role that civil society, non-governmental organizations, and non-state actors in general play in realizing or supporting achievement of the objectives of the FCTC, which also speak to the attainment of the objectives of our Tobacco Control Act. And what the CSOs have been able to achieve in the past in regards to advocacy is one of the significant areas that advocacy has supported is tobacco taxation, which has generated success stories or benefits over the past several years. And this can be traced back all the way to even the enactment, passage of the Tobacco Control Act from the beginning, 2007, a role that, a space that the CSOs really supported and worked very closely with government agencies to see that the act was passed. But also now coming down to tobacco taxation, this is an area that the CSOs have worked in for many years, including ILA, and now we also have NTA and NCETC and other actors on board, which is actually what we need because of the challenges that we are currently seeing in this space, where we are witnessing a lot of industry interference on a new dimension that we've not seen before, as well as political interference or lack of commitment from politicians, which calls for us to come together to be more united more than ever actually, and be able to speak from the same point of view, to have one agenda and build a strong coalition or a strong movement of civil society organization and non-state actors to drive this agenda, because we need to develop or build that strong and powerful movement. It is only with that we can be able to address some of these challenges that you are seeing, especially coming from the industry and the political problems that you are seeing. So this conference has been a good platform to talk about tobacco taxation and what the various actors are doing, both government and non-state actors. And we are seeing the need to address some of the key issues that have come up in the recent Finance Act that was passed. One of them being the fact that we need to bring back inflation adjustment of excise taxes that was repealed from the Excise Duty Act of 2015, but also relook at our tax structure. And we just had a presentation here on the tax model simulation that the University of UCT has done. And I think this is a chance for us to review our structures and how we apply. We're able to use that tool to be able to bring forth a compelling case of restructuring the tobacco tax system that we have. So ideally, I think from what we've had, something that we've known and we've always been preaching about is that we need a unified and simplified tax structure that taxes all cigarettes at the same rate, regardless of whether or not they have filters, and then be intentional about increasing that rate and also adjusting the rates to inflation. So this is still a call to the CSOs that we still have a lot to do, and we can only do this if we come together, collaborate, bring all our resources, bring all our expertise and our skills and knowledge together, and address this, tackle this matter as a community together. Thank you. My name is Celine Hawor. I am the Chief Executive Officer at the International Institute for Legislative Affairs, ILA. And advocacy is an important component of tobacco control in the country. And advocacy, especially what we do as civil society organizations, has played a significant role in tobacco control policy implementation in the country. And this is also supported by the recognition of the role of civil society in implementation of the FCTC. The FCTC actually recognizes the important role that civil society, non-governmental organizations, and non-state actors in general play in realizing or supporting achievement of the objectives of the FCTC, which also speak to the attainment of the objectives of our Tobacco Control Act. And what the CSOs have been able to achieve in the past in regards to advocacy is one of the significant areas that advocacy has supported is tobacco taxation, which has generated success stories or benefits over the past several years. And this can be traced back all the way to even the enactment, passage of the Tobacco Control Act from the beginning, 2007, a role that, a space that the CSOs really supported and worked very closely with government agencies to see that the act was passed. But also now coming down to tobacco taxation, this is an area that the CSOs have worked in for many years, including ILA, and now we also have NTA and KETC and other actors on board, which is actually what we need because of the challenges that we are currently seeing in this space, where we are witnessing a lot of industry interference on a new dimension that we've not seen before, as well as political interference or lack of commitment from politicians, which calls for us to come together to be more united more than ever actually, and be able to speak from the same point of view, to have one agenda and build a strong coalition or a strong movement of civil society organization and non-state actors to drive this agenda, because we need to develop or build that strong and powerful movement. It is only with that we can be able to address some of these challenges that you are seeing, especially coming from the industry and the political problems that you're seeing. So this conference has been a good platform to talk about tobacco taxation and what the various actors are doing, both government and non-state actors. And we are seeing the need to address some of the key issues that have come up in the recent Finance Act that was passed. One of them being the fact that we need to bring back inflation adjustment of excise taxes that was repealed from the Excise Duty Act of 2015, but also relook at our tax structure. And we just had a presentation here on the tax model simulation that the University of UCT has done. And I think this is a chance for us to review our structures and how we apply. We're able to use that tool to be able to bring forth a compelling case of restructuring the tobacco tax system that we have. So ideally, I think from what we've had, something that we've known and we've always been preaching about is that we need a unified and simplified tax structure that taxes all cigarettes at the same rate, regardless of whether or not they have filters, and then be intentional about increasing that rate and also adjusting the rates to inflation. So this is still a call to the CSOs that we still have a lot to do, and we can only do this if we come together, collaborate, bring all our resources, bring all our expertise and our skills and knowledge together, and address this, tackle this matter as a community together. Thank you. My name is Celine Hawor. I am the Chief Executive Officer at the International Institute for Legislative Affairs, ILA. And advocacy is an important component of tobacco control in the country. And advocacy, especially what we do as civil society organizations, has played a significant role in tobacco control policy implementation in the country. And this is also supported by the recognition of the role of civil society in implementation of the FCTC. The FCTC actually recognizes the important role that civil society, non-governmental organizations, and non-state actors in general play in realizing or supporting achievement of the objectives of the FCTC, which also stick to the attainment of the objectives of our Tobacco Control Act. And what the CSOs have been able to achieve in the past in regards to advocacy is one of the significant areas that advocacy has supported is tobacco taxation, which has generated success stories or benefits over the past several years. And this can be traced back all the way to even the enactment, passage of the Tobacco Control Act from the beginning, 2007, a role that, a space that the CSOs really supported and worked very closely with government agencies to see that the act was passed. But also now coming down to tobacco taxation, this is an area that the CSOs have worked in for many years, including ILA, and now we also have NTA and NCETC and other actors on board, which is actually what we need because of the challenges that we are currently seeing in this space, where we are witnessing a lot of industry interference on a new dimension that we've not seen before, as well as political interference or lack of commitment from politicians, which calls for us to come together, to be more united, more than ever actually, and be able to speak from the same point of view, to have one agenda and have us build a strong coalition or a strong movement of civil society organization and non-state actors to drive this agenda, because we need to develop or build that strong and powerful movement. It is only with that we can be able to address some of these challenges that you are seeing, especially coming from the industry and the political problems that you're seeing. So this conference has been a good platform to talk about tobacco taxation and what the various actors are doing, both government and non-state actors. And we are seeing the need to address some of the key issues that have come up in the recent Finance Act that was passed. One of them being the fact that we need to bring back inflation adjustment of excise taxes that was repealed from the Excise Duty Act of 2015, but also relook at our tax structure. And we just had a presentation here on the tax model simulation that the University of UCT has done. And I think this is a chance for us to review our structures and how we apply. We're able to use that tool to be able to bring forth a compelling case of restructuring the tobacco tax system that we have. So ideally, I think from what we've had, something that we've known and we've always been preaching about is that we need a unified and simplified tax structure that taxes all cigarettes at the same rate, regardless of whether or not they have filters, and then be intentional about increasing that rate and also adjusting the rates to inflation. So this is still a call to the CSOs that we still have a lot to do, and we can only do this if we come together, collaborate, bring all our resources, bring all our expertise and our skills and knowledge together, and address this, tackle this matter as a community together. Thank you. My name is Celine Hawor. I am the Chief Executive Officer at the
My name is Christine Mugo Sitati, the Executive Director at the Kenyan Network of Cancer Organizations, which is an umbrella body for cancer civil society organizations in Kenya. We are more than 60 organizations, all united together for our united response against cancer. So tobacco taxation is a key issue for us, given that tobacco use is associated with more than 20 cancers. Thus, if we are able to prevent tobacco use, then definitely it's going to have a positive impact on health. WHO, the World Health Organization, has shown that tobacco taxation is the surest way to reduce consumption of tobacco. Thus, it is a key discussion for us when we are talking about tobacco taxation. The more we increase tax, then the more we reduce the consumption and the more we are able to create a positive ripple effect in that consumers, especially the young generation, will not start the consumption. Our other key point is, if possible, it is important then that government is able to tax these products, the tobacco products, and in turn divert this tax
from the beginning
to healthcare.
Support of that end. Make it juicy, but I might not match. So welcome.
Good morning. I have to start by saying I've been ambushed and I didn't wake up on my right side. So as we introduce ourselves, we need to agree on ground rules, right? even at introduction space, we must have housekeeping, right? So what do we want to know about everyone in this room today? I would like to know your name, 1. Number 2, would like to know which organization you represent or institution. Number 3, I'm curious. What do you want to know about the person next to you? Move around with the microphone. We're involving these friends of ours to help us. What else do you want to know about the person next to you? I want to know your name, I want to know the organization you represent, I would like to know which institution you're coming from for the students. And what else do you want to know? Give the gentleman over there a microphone, he wants to contribute. Yes, you. Thank you. Yes.
Good morning. I'm Kavana David. I'm from the Technical University of Kenya. Awaiting graduation. I've pursued a bachelor's degree in economics and resource management. Today, what I want to know about the person seated to me, next to me, is if they are straight, so that I can know if I'm in a safe space.
Okay. So there's a gentleman here called Stephen Kombo. Does it count? Okay, fine. So one would like to know. That joke is funny when I say it in other places. I thought it would be very funny here. I was sitting with white people and I said it, they all laughed. So is it English? That is the problem. Okay, fine. So we'd like to know your name, the organization or institution you represent. Equally, we'd like to understand what is your expectation of today, so that we see if at the end of the day we shall have met your expectations. Hallelujah. Awesome. Can I have another person standing next to the flip chart? I'd like expectations taken. Or are you going to take them from where you're seated? No. Someone at the flip chart, right? Yes. Someone should be standing over there. I would like us to jot down some of the expectations. Here it's value for money, right? Or value for time. We will make sure that we get value for our time. Is it you? Okay, fine. So at that same point, we'd like someone moving around the microphone, or we have a roving microphone. We could start from this end, right? Or we will spare them. Let's start from the other end. So we'll spare them. Baptism by fire would be unfortunate. Let's start from the other end. You introduce yourself, name, institution or organization you represent, and your expectation for today. Thank you. Oh, yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nancy Kinagwa. I'm from the Kenyan Network of Cancer Organizations. I'm glad to be here today. My expectations are to network, to know a few names, if not all. Yeah, and to interact and gain from this forum in the best way possible. Yeah, thank you.
Just give it to the next person. Pastor.
So, good morning. My name is Kevin Bugwa. I'm a student at the Technical University of Kenya. My expectations for this forum is looking forward to having an interactive session and all the best. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Brian Linanza, a student from the Technical University of Kenya. My expectation today is to learn more about this organization and to interact with some few people, and furthermore to apply whatever I learned today in the society. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sam Were, and I'm a photographer, still a student from the Technical University of Kenya. And my expectation, actually I've got two expectations. One is to solid like my presence in these meetings that are still coming in the future. To be able to interact, get to know much more about tobacco, the effects, and also to interact with you guys in so many, in different grounds. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Vivian Nyaminsa Bosire, a student leader and also a student at the Technical University of Kenya, a third-year student pursuing international relations. My expectation for today, I'm hoping to have an interactive session and also to network. Thank you.
Interactive session as we mentioned. I'm looking forward to other expectations. Ladies and gentlemen, please work with me. Thank you.
Good morning. I go by the name Boaz Gorio Serio, student leader at Technical University of Kenya, pursuing mechanical engineering, and I'm in my final year. So at the end of the day, I expect myself to learn about tobacco and the organization, and also interact with people around here, maybe connect for future benefits. Thank you.
Good morning again. As I said earlier, my name is Kabana David. I am a photographer. I also am a Bachelor of Economics. So my expectations today is to capture a few reels for all of you, so that you can have something in the future to show that at least you attended a very educative and informative session on tobacco. We'll also be taking a few pictures of you, very good pictures. And my final expectation is to increase my knowledge. The first meeting I attended, I happened to give a testimony about my dad. And San Antonio told me that it's not about that moment. I just go and look about the other things happening. And I went and did a little research, and I found that yes, the issue I had, it is true. So I hope today to increase my knowledge more on that.
Let me enrich what he's talking about. His dad has smoked for the longest time ever, and his dad is not ailing. So he was wondering exactly what is this harm we're discussing here. But we were able to unpack the discussion, and actually even his dad right now is working towards the journey to reducing. Awesome.
Morning. Morning again. Okay, my name is Jeremy. I'm from Emerging Leaders. My expectation for the day is how much more can we do to the government and push them more about the taxation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Felix Ngadi. I'm coming from Consumer Information Network. I'm in charge of finance and accounts, consumer. My expectation for this session today is generally networking and educative session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, my name is Kalakata Yoel. I'm alumni from Moi Universities with a bachelor's degree in finance. My expectation today is to have a good interactive session with everyone to network and to get to know more about tobacco and their effects in the society. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mary Kereti, coming from Mount Kenya University, Parklands Law, pursuing a degree in law. I am glad to be here. My expectation for today is to generally network and have this organization come to our school the other time.
Good morning. My name is Iman Hassan. I'm from Amwick. My expectation of today, since it's a creative arts event, is that I hope to see a unique blend of art and information-related stuff to do with tobacco. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Uriah Mabia. I'm a freelance illustrator and cartoonist. I expect to learn more today and also my cartoon from people's lives.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Timothy Nyongesa, student at Chuka University, pursuing BSc in Science. I'm here today. My expectation is that I want to create more awareness on these effects of tobacco or smoking and the consequences. Since where I come from, this drug abuse is widely used. So I want to know the tactics that I'm supposed to use to implement my efforts. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shanice Oucho. I'm representative of TCC Champions KE. My expectation today is that everything we discuss actually comes to pass and we're able to actually do everything possible by creating awareness, and we're able to actually solve the problem of tobacco use.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nancy Watoro, alumni of Egerton University. I'm a soil scientist by profession, and I'm glad to be here. My expectation for today is to understand the psychology behind why people use tobacco and why it seems to be something people run to escape maybe the issues of life. And yeah, and to interact like everyone has it. Have a lovely time.
Good morning. Good morning once more. I'm Gleason Marine. I'm a psychologist, I'm a nutritionist, I'm a HIV advocate, and I'm a behavior change champion. I'm happy to be here. My expectation for today is that at the end of the day, we would have worked our way out of reducing these sticks that we're having here, and also having a positive environment, and also great lands that can sustain us for the future. Thank you.
Good morning. Karen Tian from Kenyan Network of Cancer Organizations. My expectation is to make more friends. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Susan Gallo from Multimedia University of Kenya. My expectation is to learn more about the organization, to interact with you guys, make friends, and to network. So I'm hoping that all shall be well.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Harriet Nzola. I'm currently in Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. Third year pursuing civil engineering. And my expectations for today is to have an interactive session that is also enlightening on tobacco and its effects. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Martin Irungu, a student of economics at the Technical University of Kenya. My expectations for today is that it will be an educative session, and I'll also learn how we can use that talk to champion for tobacco control.
Morning. My name is Brian Somadai, JQuats alumni, bachelor's degree in mass communication. My hope for today is to learn more about tobacco advocacy, tobacco advocacy, and interaction with one another.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, I'm Joanne Lee. I graduated from the University of Nairobi, where I pursued project planning and management, and I'm looking forward to good interactive session and also to be enlightened. Thank you. you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Terry Mugaya from the Technical University of Kenya. I studied Bachelor of Economics, and I'm yet to graduate. And I'm also a makeup artist, a self-taught makeup artist. And my expectation for today is to gain more information about the tobacco control. And also I'd like to stay updated on the changes in the policies and the tax regulations.
Good morning. My name is Wilfred Monza from the Technical University of Kenya. I've pursued Bachelor of Economics. My expectations for today is to gain information and support for individuals who want to quit smoking and tobacco use. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Kioko. My expectation for today is to enhance my skill in creative art. I can draw, and I know we are going to do that after tea break. So that is my expectation today.
Hello everyone, my name is Moses Muriuki from the University of Kenya. I pursued a degree in economics, and my expectations for today, as much as we are talking about control tobacco usage, how can we help those individuals around us who are struggling with the tobacco addiction? Thank you.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Samson Bombao. I'm from the Technical University of Kenya. I'm majoring in Bachelors of Building Construction Technology. I look forward to be educated, inspired, and most of it all, learn insights from the collective experts in the room. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rachel Mudugu from TOK, pursued Bachelor of Business Information Technology. My expectation of today is to gain more understanding about tobacco products and learn about professional development and professional collaboration regarding tobacco. Yeah, that's all. Have a nice day.
Praise God. Praise God again. My name is Mercy Maria Kaisani. I am the Gender and Social Welfare Secretary of the Technical University of Kenya. I'm behind this team from TOK. I've pursued a bachelor's degree in economics and resource management. I have a few expectations. My expectation number one is to meet Honorable Sabina Chege according to the program. And two, to know what the Health Committee of the National Assembly is doing to increase tobacco control advocacy. Thank you.
Songa karibu kaya hapa.
All protocol observed. Good morning. I'm Helen Nakula, a student from Chuka University. I pursued human resource management. I'm yet to graduate, but I'm soon graduating next month. My expectation in this meeting, number one, it's networking and having an interactive session. Number two, to create awareness on the dangers of tobacco growing, use and exposure. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning once more. My name is Charles Ofulo, and I'm a student journalist, and I'm a youth advocate from the Denocop Youth Group, which is it is a CSO, which is a vulnerable community-based organization. We champion for tobacco control in the country and worldwide. And my expectation today, as they say, your network is a network. So I'm heavy on networking and really getting to exchange ideologies so that we have a glorious transformation. Yeah, that's all.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Samuel Nyapara. I'm a member and advocate of Den of Hope. And my expectation today is to have an interactive session and to know where we are so far in this fight of tobacco use. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joseph Housley from Den of Hope. Finally, my expectation today is to learn more about tobacco, and that's all.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kili Kibet from Power 254, a program officer. My expectation this morning is to learn the success stories that the social change has been brought by the various stakeholders and artists as far as tobacco taxation is concerned. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Brian Olago. I'll be speaking later on, so mine will be brief. I just want to know why people smoke.
I'm Santana Sidaka, an alumni of TRUC. I did bachelor's degree in procurement and supply chain management. Today I'm representing emerging leaders as a trainer. My expectation is to network and also to know the success stories or the impacts of the people who have stopped smoking tobacco. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Martin Omodi from the Kenya Network of Cancer Organizations, and expectations for today is to learn more about the organization and to interact.
Good morning. My name is Myra Christian from Power 254. My expectations today are to network and also to take as much as I can out of this meeting today. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Innocent Idisha. I'm a French interpreter. I work with the MTA. The last time we were in Aga Khan, in a conference like this, we were talking about tax reform, how we can increase tax so that we can reduce the consumption of tobacco. So my expectation from today is I can see there are so young people here. So my expectation is they will swallow this idea and go to their friend and their colleague to tell them about the effect of tobacco. Thank you.
Good morning, all of you. My name is Victor Ndula. I am a visual artist. My expectation today is to learn more about this industry. I actually did not know that it exists. There's advocacy in this area, so I look forward and also just to interact with a lot more of you, just learning what you do and how visual art can hopefully walk along with you on this journey. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Anne Soke from the MSP Alliance of Kenya. Basically, I am here, I'm from the Secretariat, but I'm here today to strengthen the advocacy network in the NCD space. I know tobacco is one of the major key risk factors. And so I'm here and I'm glad to see all of you just interested to learn, to know, to be equipped, and not just to be equipped, but also to go out there and tell somebody and help somebody's life. So I'm glad to be in this meeting, and I'm looking forward to see how creative arts is going to amplify advocacy in the tobacco space. Thank you.
Habari zenu? Habari zenu tena? I trust mko salama. I am trying also to mix the languages for my audience. Ndio, this is the youngest audience I've dealt with in the recent past. I'm used to speaking to older people, and so my expectation is that my youth will be refreshed a bit as I interact with you young people. But we're really pleased to be here to have you guys join us today. Thank you for honoring our invitation. I'm the Executive Director at National Taxpayers Association. Asanteni sana.
And she forgot to mention she's the advocate of the High Court.
You have to say that. Okay, let me introduce. So I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I'm also...
Drum rolls. These are learners. No, as scholars, we are inspired by those who went to school. Hallelujah. Thank you.
And no, you say it, so let me just continue. So I also am a board member of Tax Justice Network Africa, an organization that has also been part of the technical support given to NTA to be able to deliver on this project. And more importantly, I also sit on the board of Nairobi County, Nairobi Revenue Authority. So if you have any concerns with how we are taking your taxes and using it as Nairobi County, please see me. But honestly, I'm delighted to have you here, and I look forward to a fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Awesome. So my two takeaways, one, as we were giving expectations, I've noted a couple and most above-mentioned networking, interactive session, and you have one who has even mentioned meeting Honorable Sabina Chege. So what I would like to echo from my observation is that we have the same behavior as typical Kenyans. We all come here, we sit together, watu watuku wako side moja, and then you say you want to network. You've come with the same people that you've been born with for the 4 years in campus. You've been making the same good and bad decisions together. You hear and you fail to exchange so that you can network. Networking begins from the table where you're seated. Hallelujah? Yeah, where you're seated, you should start networking from that space, okay? So at some point, we'll open a transfer window so you can transfer. But you will transfer with your glass and your drink, okay? Awesome, yeah. Apart from that, I think the observations or other expectations are very clear, and we hope going forward that we shall be able to meet this. Please, approach.
Thank you very much.
Now, while he's standing here, I could take the opportunity to introduce myself. Just realized I've not done it. My name is Antonio Brezhnev. Yes, I know. I also have another name called Otieno. I almost asked Olago if his dad is coming. Is Aluach coming? No, he's not. Okay, I also wanted to network. I am the CEO of San Antonio International, a company that has had the pleasure to work closely with National Taxpayers Association in terms of communication and mostly public policy influencing. And I'm happy to meet all of you. Thank you.
And Antonio, for the longest you've been buying this podium, I'll request that you move there, kindly. It's art, huh? Can someone try to explain this kind of art? Anyone?
Appreciate me.
You'll get your lunch voucher in advance and probably benefit from the top layer. It's buffet probably, so top layer matters.
Most of them think this was a wardrobe malfunction. This was intentional. Oh yeah. Some of you are like, this guy has walked into Kempinski dressed like he's going for some cushion pen. So yeah, if you look at me, I am speaking. And I would like you to appreciate that. And if somebody can be able to tell what it is, maybe by tea break, we'll be able to see if we can give you another voucher for lunch.
Okay, thank you. So I'll be moving to the next session. We've introduced ourselves, and I know in the house we have our partners. I'll just extend to them an offer to do some remarks, and I'll request that we stick to a minute. If you extend, I'll move close to you. So we have KETCA, we have KENCO, we have Power 254, NCDAC, Den of Hope, Emerging Leaders, Consumer Insight, and Amweek. So in that order, other than Power 254, whom we all recognize and they've been supportive in setting up this today's activity. So I'll just request Ketka to do some remarks, followed by Kenko, then NCDAC, then of Hope, Emerging Leaders, Consumer Insight, and Amweek. So for Power 254, I'll give you another session later, so you will not do your remarks now. Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Thomley. All protocols observed. Amazing function in serikali. That's where there is a lot of protocol. Yeah. So I'm delighted to be here. My name is Thomas Lindy. I work for the Kenya Tobacco Control Alliance. And yeah, today we are talking arts, and I'm so happy that this journey we started this year, and I'm very sure that we'll reach levels whereby we can be able to package the tobacco control information messages in such a manner that people can be able to take a lot of time to appreciate it, so that it will be an artistic piece that can be able to speak to the different audiences that we have in this country. And yeah, there's a lot of art taking place in Nairobi. As of yesterday, I found some people painting the streets. I don't know what they are doing down there, but that is art, yeah? So I really like to appreciate NTA for bringing this together. I know we have so many artistic minds in here, and just to maybe give you the context, the tobacco industry has been targeting young people for the longest time ever. They have realized that the old guys are dropping off, as in dying, yeah? So they need to have that, the new customers. And this they are trying to do by reaching out to young men and women, or the teenagers. That's why you have these emerging tobacco products packaged in such a way that even a parent cannot know. Some of them are as little as a flash disk. The vapes, yeah? Ni ndogo sana. And some of these things, through our, when we try to collect data out there, information, we find that even parents don't know that their children are using some of these products. For example, the nicotine pouches, the velos and such. It's so difficult for a parent to know that my son or daughter is using this, because one of maybe I'll say advantages which the products give is that there is no odor or smell. Eh? So if you are a parent, maybe you won't know that this product is being used. Then they can just use it. Even at such a place like this meeting, you just put it under your lip and you continue with. And that was part of the advert that the industry was putting out when they were introducing this product, that you can use it even in the office and you get the lift. You are uplifted in the office. Then those who use it, they say that it will uplift you very fast and drop you very fast, yeah? So we need to be aware of such things. We need to make sure that we speak out. And I'm very happy that Sabina will be joining us, Sabina Chege. We tried, as an organization, we tried to reach out to her when we got wind of what she was doing in the August House. And we feel that we need to push this. This is the right time that we together need to make our voice heard. And I wish that Parliament or the Speaker that day could just have given an order to ban this product. But now we are into another phase whereby we'll have to go through the parliamentary procedure, the Tobacco Control Act, And I know the industry is very much alive because they have invested a lot into this product. So they will try to influence that process so that it is favorable to them. But I'm sure because you are here, you'll be able to make your voice heard. We really need these products to be banned in the country so that we can grow our future and the future of our children. Asanteni sana, I can talk a lot, but thank you, and let's engage. San Antonio, sikupata dress code bana. Sikupata memo, so ningekuja ile style ingine mngeogopa hapa. But sawa.
Thank you very much. Next is Kenco. Representative from Kenco. Thank you.
Good morning once again. I wasn't the person who was supposed to talk. But either way, Kito umetika kwa wito. So my name is Nancy Okenago from the Kenyan Network of Cancer Organizations. Matters of tobacco control, I would say it's something that is very next to our hearts, considering that tobacco effects are one of the preventable causes of certain types of cancers. So to us, it's something that we take with a very heavy heart sometimes when we see the effects of tobacco as far as cancer is concerned. So what I would like to say today is that I'd like to commend NTA and the partners that are working with NTA on this initiative for considering to bring creative arts, the aspect of creative arts in this fight against the tobacco products. I would say I know Power 254 is a very strong place as far as arts is concerned. I know they have very good forums on other aspects, on other topics or other fields. And I think if they take up the tobacco control conversation forward, it will also be a big plus to us. Yeah, so I commend that. And we are counting on you. If you guys can sing, do your every form of art, poetry, spoken word, whatever it is, to push this message forward, I think there's a big gap that is going to be closed in terms of tobacco control. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So next I'd like to welcome NCDAC.
Hello, good morning once again. Good morning. I'm telling him that it is an ambush because we did not prepare to talk. We was to sit down and just listen. But we are glad to be in this meeting today to just meet and see what is happening. And NCD Alliance, and famously known as NCDAC, is an umbrella body of professional associations, patient-led organizations, CSOs and CBOs, and researchers associated with prevention, control, care for people living with or at risk of developing NCDs. And as an umbrella body, we are so excited to be associated with NTA in this space, fighting tobacco in the country, and just looking at it from now a different aspect of the creative arts. I know most of us are not parents but are aspiring to be parents. But when you look at what is aired as cartoons for children as they grow up, the industry is very keen to make sure that they start capturing their young minds as early as possible, and therefore bringing cartoons that are suggestive to taking tobacco to give you some level of highness. And therefore, when I see this NTA bringing this aspect to be able to counter what is already there, it is very important for us, and I think it will be interesting to see what happens then after this meeting. So we are happy for NTA and actually looking at this aspect to just, this must have been very creative of them to think about bringing the aspect of creativity in the tobacco space. So thank you very much, NTA, and we look forward to seeing what will happen. As an alliance, we are very open to anything that is preventive control or care about NCDs, because tobacco, remember, is one of the key risk factors of NCDs. NCDs is non-communicable diseases, and even looking at the statistics now, that NCDs are almost now overtaking the communicable diseases. So it is an area to watch, and just be very involved. Now that you have come to this meeting, don't just come because it is Kempinski. Come and go back with the story to tell, right? Make sure you let somebody know that you actually came for this meeting and this is what you got from the meeting. Empower somebody else, and this is the conversation, the advocacy. We are so passionate about advocacy, and make sure that you let somebody else come into your space and understand from a point of facts. It is not a story, like facts that tobacco actually is causing a lot of NCDs, because I know it is, you know, like brushed off by most of the young people, but it is time now you started telling them about the effects of tobacco and therefore why they should cease or not engage in it. Thank you very much, and I'm glad to meet all of you. Asanteni.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Consumer Insight. Kindly welcome.
Thank you so much, John, and the NTA fraternity. As I said before, my name is Felix. I'm representing Consumer Information Network. And what I would like to say is that all of us here, we are all consumers. And we fight for the rights of consumers. The Constitution of, our Constitution of 2010 brought a Bill of Consumers, which is the Constitution, and we all have to respect that. And therefore, when we talk of consumers, the issue about tobacco control, it is something that we've been doing all along together with the KETCA and the ILA. Recently, there was a project that we launched, and it was on a national TV. So we have been really advocating against the tobacco use in the country. Other than that, we are also in other areas trying to defend the consumer rights as well. Otherwise, thank you so much for the invite, NTA, and all of you.
Thank you very much. Apologies, not Consumer Insight, but Consumer Information Network. So the last one is from Amwink.
Good morning. My name is Iman Masood. This is my first time in front of a crowd of people, so if I shake, I apologize. Also, we got ambushed to do this, so yeah. Anyways, I'm honored to be here representing Amwink at this event. I'm interested to know how creative expressions offer a unique window into the ways in which art can intersect with the business world. Also, the event provides us with a thought-provoking platform to consider the relationship between the media industries for tobacco. Let's make the most of this occasion, exploring the creative side of the tobacco industry and understanding how it affects media. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So at this point, we'll be moving to another section of our presentation. But before I welcome the person who will be taking us through that point, I don't know how many of you or what kind of art are you a fan of? Music? And I might not break it down because there are so many genres of music. When we talk about art, there is so much into it. There is art. So at a personal level, I'm a very good fan and a big fan of cartoon. And I don't know, we are dealing with Gen Z, and during my early days in school, I'm quite old, in the 90s. Sure. I know most of you are a good number, probably we are 50-50. Some of you are born in the year 2000 to around 2005. No offense. And you are lucky enough, and unless you are well aware of the myth that the world was coming to an end in 2000. If you know that story, then you are a bit old. But if you don't know that story, you are born past 2000. You are told of something about a very big stone coming to fall and crush the whole world, the planet actually. And at that time, I got, when I was in primary, already people were cutting pictures from newspapers. Music, there was a place with lyrics and all that, and they will attach in their exercise books or their notebooks. And based on the number of songs that you collected and attached and the photos, then you'll be well recognized in the school, in the village, and everywhere else. And we could borrow. You could move from one school to the other and go and borrow the book with those cuttings. So while people are collecting music and the photos of those great musicians then, I was collecting something else. These were cartoon cuttings. The Jua Kalulu. Then after some time, later on when I was joining the upper primary, the Shujaz magazine came, and we could fight to have that collection. So in the house we have someone who has practiced in that area, and if you've been keen and following Nation paper and the East African Daily, you could probably be able to identify him or identify his work. So I won't mention the name, but I'll just want to welcome him so that he does he talks to us. I know in another session he'll be doing a presentation. So if that description matches you, kindly welcome. Who is he? Should I place a bet?
Yes.
Not that table, probably will get worked. That table? Who? This table? You're copying. So, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's great to be here. So I'll start with one or two stories. At some point this week, I think last week Thursday, you know when you get a phone call from a number you do not know, in my line of work, we take time before we pick that call. So I got a call, it was early in the morning, from a number I do not know, and a lady spoke to me, and she introduced herself. And then she introduced the organization that she works for, and to be totally honest, the only thing I had was tax. So, so when I had tax, I went into a bit of a panic because I was asking myself, okay, I remember I filed my tax returns. And I started visualizing those guys in that white uniform coming to my house and checking if I've done my returns. So that was my first interaction with the National Taxpayers Association. It was Irene who called me. And after she explained, I calmed down a bit. As cartoonists, we do not like numbers we do not know. Because that's not a good question for us. The second confession, I don't know if it's a good confession, is on the program I see there's Honorable Sabina Chege, who should be here. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise she's not here, because I know of at least 5 cartoons I've done of her. And if she comes, Msemeni Mimi. Yeah, just if there was a cartoonist here who spoke, because I don't want us to start on the wrong foot with her. The third one is I got the memo because I knew this was a meeting for creatives. But if you notice, I've come in a coat. Because of our nature of work, we also like to confuse our enemies. So we don't show up in t-shirts and jeans, because the first person they look for a cartoonist will be somebody in t-shirt and jeans. How many in t-shirt and jeans? You see, yeah, they're casually dressed. So again, ukikuja mseme, si mimi, okay? But really, I'm really grateful to be here. I'm actually honored. We do a lot of our work in the background as cartoonists. And this is not a very familiar space for me. It's not a very familiar space for us. But we'll do what we need to do. Because I'm also very curious to interact with the issue of tobacco and tobacco advocacy. So I'll share a bit about my work, what I do. I hope we can have a very easy session. Forget the quota. Let's relax, let us talk. My work is very light. I make fun of politicians every day. And I make fun of current affairs every day. So let's relax and just have a great time together. I was listening as the introductions were being done, and it was very interesting. There are a lot of professionals in this room, and there are a lot of students, and there are a lot of people from very different backgrounds. And even as John was here, he mentioned genres of art, and he mentioned music. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with, you're all familiar with music, and musicians fascinate me. What fascinates me with musicians is that unless it's a solo, it's usually a band. So many instruments come together in an amazing way, and they make music. One that is, of course, even more interesting is the orchestra. How many have heard of the word orchestra? I'm sure you have, eh? Yeah, so it's the dictionary says it's a large instrumental ensemble. So the percussionists, the string instruments, the people who are playing horn, they come together and they make music. And I would like us to look at this meeting today in that context, that we are all an ensemble, because we are not all cartoonists, but we have people who are in law, we have people in media. And the last time I was in school, we used to have traditional professions like lawyer, doctor. Nowadays it's very confusing because people tell you what they do and I don't understand. Like procurement is just another one, like specialist, information specialist. But we have all those people here. And I'd like us to think that we are kind of an orchestra, and we have to lend our voice to the issue of tobacco advocacy. And so I come to plead the case, or to speak for creatives in the illustration world. So my work is, I am a political cartoonist, a comic artist, and an illustrator. I do all those things, and in very many areas. And so everybody who's here, let's assure that you're in the right place, because we have to see probably how we can marry our different talents, our different professions, and perhaps with the guidance of NTNA, amplify this message to those who need to hear. Package it in a more digestible way and make it interesting, because I also believe that the people in the tobacco industry are making it very interesting for you as well. Let me just get into it. Like again, I said, this is not my typical world. If I'd had it my way, I would have drawn what I wanted to present today. But let me speak for a while. Maybe it's good to get out of what I usually do. What value do the creative arts, and specifically cartoons and illustration, bring to this conversation? Or I call it this orchestra. What value do they bring to it, to this discourse, to this discussion? How do they amplify the salient and key messages that need to be passed across? So it's not technical, but just some things that you pick over the years from what you do. I don't know if it's a big word, but you guys know better English than me. So there's a word called immediacy, from the word immediate, isn't it? So the value of a cartoon or an illustration or something that you see is very, very immediate, very immediate. And if you want to understand that, even if you look at the logo of National Taxpayers Association, they have a visual representation of what they do. You know, if you look at our walls, they have a motif and a pattern. There's an element of illustration or art that represents something. And it's very easy for you to understand it just from your first contact with it. That's why you say that there's an immediacy to what we do. You know, they usually say that Kenyans don't like reading, and they usually say that if you want to hide something, hide it in a book. Yes and no, but the value of a cartoon or an illustration is very on your face. In our days, we used to call them fundi wa mtambo. Nowadays, they're called IT experts. He said I continue to the sound. Okay? So, there's an immediate impact. And if that is the first contact with this messaging, that is what draws you in. And that is why there's a very pertinent and there's a very good reason for us to draw in creatives as we are having this conversation and as we're having this discourse. If you notice, even as I was sitting here, as people sat, and I think we're being challenged to try and by Antonio, to try and network beyond our circles. But even as we sat here, even in our circles, we are most likely on our phones. And we're most likely engaging with visual imagery, you know. So the immediacy of visual imagery cannot be argued with. We need to see how artists, cartoonists, illustrators, and I'm glad there's somebody there who said that they like that they're visual artists, they understand what I'm talking about, can engage with this content and see how to package it in a manner that is appealing to the young people and easy to communicate to the old people. And you know, there's that thing about visual appeal. That is why the TikTok, Threads, Facebook, I know Facebook is for the older generation like me and Tom, you know. That is why these platforms are very popular and they have a very large following because they have a very strong visual appeal. So my challenge to NTA is let's look for ways of engaging creative artists. I think last week I was having a talk about cartooning at another forum, and the question was, how do we use our work beyond the platform of the newspaper and politics? I'm very happy that this is one of those forums and platforms that we can see ways of exploring to communicate our messages. There's a pool of artists, very many of them, who I'm sure will be happy to engage. So I think I'm really, really excited about this would be a great collaboration. And then, you know, pictures use universal symbols to communicate. And universal symbols are that exact word, they're universal. Sometimes you don't have to have a very deep literacy level to understand. And so you get to the benefit of two things. Your demographic of communication is very wide when you're using illustrations, pictures, and cartoons. You can speak to children because they start early. Short of a confession, I'm sure most of us started smoking our first cigarette when we were very, very young. It can speak to teenagers, it can speak to young adults, it can speak to mature people, it can even speak to the old. So there's so much that you can do with this and harness the immediacy of an illustration or a cartoon. I hope you're still with me, eh? Yeah, thank you. Are we together? Yes. Thank you very much. Number two, the reason why I love what I do, and I love cartoons, is I'm put in a situation where I need to take a position. Many of us need to have a position on this issue of tobacco. Beyond I smoke or I don't smoke, we need to have a position. I'll explain the possible process. If you have a powerful image that you look at a cartoon or an illustration, so it might spark debate. You might say, okay, so, no, but like somebody mentioned, my parent has been smoking for the longest time, and they're in good health. That already is debatable. That's a debate. Then it might encourage discussion. Then start asking yourselves, okay, but why would somebody else smoke for a shorter time and have adverse health effects, and somebody smoke for a longer time and still appear healthy? That's a discussion. And then it will help us to start thinking critically. Critical thinking. And that's sometimes what, as a cartoonist, I aim to do, to help you to think critically. Then it will help us to trigger a reaction and possibly take a position. Because we must all have a position. Even when we have our friends on issues, it doesn't work. For me, as an artist, I seek to take a position with the kind of work that I do. So I'm hoping as the artists in here, they will take a position when it comes to issues of tobacco. Even for the professionals here in other areas, use the artist to help you take a position or amplify your position when it comes to tobacco. There's an issue that we call multiple perspectives. So I can just want to do a quick poll because I need to understand the genres of artists that we have here. So do you have any illustrators or people who draw in this room? Excellent, so those are three. Any musicians or poets? Excellent. Photographers, I saw there are many. Any photographers in the room? Okay, excellent. Which other genre of art have I left out?
Dancers.
Exactly. If someone said influencers. That's true. Who else? Stand-up comedians, excellent. Who else? Actors. Yes, I like this, I like this. Who else? Fashionistas, exactly. Thank you. So all of these are avenues of expression, isn't it? So if I talk about multiple perspectives, I'm just saying that we have different artists from different backgrounds expressing on a common issue. And for me, that is amazing. I think it gives us different perspectives on the same issue. And that enriches the discussion and the conversation that you're having. Because sometimes this discussion can be very, for lack of a better term, and with all due respect to people who are technocrats, it can be very boardroom-like, isn't it? Where it is PowerPoints and data, and those things, they're all good and they're very important. But just from the small poll that we've taken in this audience, you realize that there are many more people who can enrich this discussion by giving their perspective. What is the perspective about tobacco from an actor's point of view, from a cartoonist's point of view, from a spoken word point of view, from a painter, from a fashionista? What is their perspective to this? Then this helps us to enrich this conversation. So now as we proceed, I sound like I am loading a lot onto the National Taxpayers Association, but we are here to see how we can work together, isn't it? And continue this journey. So yes, so if you're in any art form, and it is what you love doing, use it to you can use it to express some of these very interesting issues and give different perspectives on the same. So you're not an artist by accident. You're an artist because it is something that you can do that probably a politician or a lawyer cannot do. So it's a strength that you have, it's a power that you have. And they say that art is very powerful. It actually needs to be harnessed sometime. So see how we can use it to push this agenda. Another issue I would like to talk about is diverse interpretation. So remember the first one was perspective, how you look at it. The second one is diverse interpretation. This is very cliche, but they say that, most of you have a glass of water on your tables, and you know how it goes. They say the glass is half empty or half full, isn't it? But I think it can be more diverse than that, isn't it? Because with the creatives, our work is to push the boundaries. Specifically, I know my work is to really push the boundaries. Sometimes it can be very critical. Sometimes it can be cryptic because you need to start thinking critically. But there has to be it attracts diverse interpretation from the audience. And we have different players, in this field, in the tobacco area, and different interests. And so, as an artist, I would feel like I have fulfilled my obligation or my work if I draw out those diverse interpretations of what is happening. You see, if my work is helping people look and say, hey, bungoja kidogo, maybe or maybe not, then I feel like I have achieved something. And that is what I am challenging the creatives here to do. These things are all aimed at having a very robust conversation about this particular topic. Now, while I'm so much kidogo, this might sound like semantics, because if I say diverse interpretation, and then I start saying the plurality of interpretation. So by this I just mean that there are so many interpretations of the same thing that we need to widen this conversation. And who best to do this than artists? Because artists, they rarely work within boundaries. And you need to harness that. You are not bound by many things, and so you are able to take expression to the next level. So this helps to expand discourse, and we have many viewpoints as possible. And to me that is very important, because they say that, there's a famous quote that says, and many will disagree, especially the lawyers in the room, they say that there is more than one truth. How many of you agree with that? There's more than one truth. How many of you disagree? Food for thought, eh? There's usually more than one truth. That's what I believe. And I believe that because I'm an artist. And so we need to be having more than one truth to every conversation that you have. That's why I believe in the plurality of interpretation. Now, this also helps us have an exhaustive conversation about some of these things. Sometimes we talk about things in a very light format, but when you have over 100 interpretations of the same thing, you start looking at things from a different point of view and asking yourself, maybe I need to shift my thinking, maybe I need a paradigm shift on how I used to look at things and work together with others who are like-minded. Now, all these things that I've spoken about lead us to one thing, I believe. They lead us to what I call engagement. If you're an artist here, musician, a poet, a cartoonist, comic artist, illustrator, you're a great tool of engagement. And I know there are places for policy, there are places for science, there are places for law in this conversation, but there's also a very big place for creatives, because our work is very, very, very engaging. And once you engage people, then they're able to listen to you and have this discussion. But it will be very difficult to have a great topic, have great discourse with a very disengaged population. So I throw this back to the artists. Ask yourself why you probably thrive in this sector and not the other one. When I was growing up, the normal thing to do was to be asked to pick like 3 or 4 professions, you know. Someone na nguvu kuwe daktari, and it's perfectly okay. I'm a wakili or an engineer, and there's a place for all those great people. But as I practice my art, I getting convinced every day that there's a very important place for the arts, because we engage. And when we engage, we lead to raising of awareness. And when we raise awareness, we have a perfect opportunity to champion human rights. And for me, it all boils down to that our work will champion for human rights. Because I think even the way we interact with tobacco and smoke, it should be a human rights issue. Now, the challenge with us creatives is we have a very short attention span because our mind wanders a lot. So we'll have another session later on where we just try to unpack a cartoon. But I try to keep this not very long, not very brief, because I do not want to see you yawn, because if you yawn, I'll promise I'll draw a cartoon of you, and others will be here as friends. But thank you very much for having me. I hope I have passed across some inspiration. I still put out a call to the creatives that this is the time to engage with issues, and this is the time to make a difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just a quick one. Huh? What's your takeaway?
Engage artists.
Engage artists. I'll be biased. I'm a researcher, and the takeaway is there is more than one. Yeah, there is more than one truth. And when we do research, we do analysis, we try to justify our opinion. Okay? Once an opinion is justified, it becomes, to a greater extent, it becomes a theory. So, when someone else comes up and opposes or critiques your theory, he'll either agree or disagree with your theory, and then we bring in something that is called assumption. So that I picked that, and I was excited about it a bit. And that's what people in the creative industry do. You draw with your line of thinking, with your argument, then someone else comes with an improvement or does the same thing but with a different understanding. So with that, we'll be moving forward. Keith is still ready. So I wouldn't like to keep you long, but I'm informed that the chief guest might be in any time. So I'll allow you to go and take tea, but in case she comes in and you're still on the line, I'll request you to come in so that we hear from her, and then probably we'll be breaking for another session. So with that, I think the doors can be open. Tea is served right to next to the registration desk. We have our tea, and then for around 15 minutes, and then we'll come back. Thank you.
My name is Celine Hawar. I am the Chief Executive Officer at the International Institute for Legislative Affairs, ILA. And advocacy is an important component of tobacco control in the country. And advocacy, especially what we do as civil society organizations, has played a significant role in tobacco control policy implementation in the country. And this is also supported by the recognition of the role of civil society in implementation of the FCTC. The FCTC actually recognizes the important role that civil society, non-governmental organizations, and non-state actors in general play in realizing or supporting achievement of the objectives of the FCTC, which also speak to the attainment of the objectives of our Tobacco Control Act. And what the CSOs have been able to achieve in the past in regards to advocacy is one of the significant areas that advocacy has supported is tobacco taxation, which has generated success stories or benefits over the past several years, and this can be traced back all the way to even the enactment passage of the Tobacco Control Act from the beginning, 2007, a role that
So good morning once more. So Mheshimiwa, karibu sana. We are really happy to have you here today, and the whole team actually, and everyone who's present here. I've been trying to MC, but now I think it's that time when you have to pass the mic. Mafans wa mpira huwa wanasema EPL ikirudi remote inarudia nani? Mzee wa nyumba. So I'll just like to pass the mic to Teardrop. He'll be our MC for today, and then I think from there we'll know what next. Thank you.
Makofi nayo. Asanteni sana. Kwa majina kamili ni Teardrops. I'm a spoken word artist. Today I'm here to be the pilot. Karibuni kwa indege yetu. Indege inaitwa no smoking flight. Inatupeleka to a place of freshness, sio? But before nianze naanzaga na a quote flying nasema, the best place to be in the whole world right now is Africa. And the best place to be in Africa at this particular moment is within the East Africa. And the best place to be within the East Africa at this particular moment is Kenya. And the best place to be in Kenya is Nairobi. And the best place to be in Nairobi at this particular time is at the Kempinski. Talking about issues that concern people and our lives. Thank you for being here. Waheshimiwa, ladies and gentlemen, na all the protocol observed. Karibuni tena. So right about now, mkubwa kuja hapa. Hii safari yetu zenda pekee yetu. Ndege na kwa na mpilot wawili. Tutafutia microphone nyingine, pewa mic. 50-50. 50-50, yeah. Haya, tuanze pande gani? Tukienda pande gani? Hii ni side yako, ni side yangu. Leo tuchangamshe watu kwanza. If you're here and you're happy, clap once. If you're here and you're happy, clap twice. If you're here and you're happiest, clap thrice. Nice one.
So we can jaribu.
Chocha tu.
Yone kama wangu wataweza.
Eh.
Mnawezana? If you are here and you're happy, do whatever you want to do.
Order, nilikwambia where there's order, huku kuna order. There's order, but kuna disorder, kuna order, sio? Ndio tunakuja tunapata order, we have to look for order, si ndio? Tupeleke na order.
Sasa, so mine will be very simple. Do I jump into this or I wait for your guidance?
I feel like tukiwa pilot wawili tuko na tunaenda place moja. Na hii no smoking zone flight. Na hii no smoking zone flight tunasema tunaenda hapa. Mapiti tunasema tunaenda hapa. Tunaenda hapa. Hapo tuko na wazito waitwe ama wasiitwe.
Waitwe.
Awesome. Tuchoche ama tusichoche?
Chocha kabisa.
Wewe tunaweza nayo mbali sawa basi. Wacha niache hii part iko on you, alafu hii part nyingine iko on me. Mimi nitashikilia steering, wewe utashikilia hiyo pande nyingine ya flight simulation. Sijaikuwa kwa flight lakini naipeleka hivyo because nishasikia watu wakifanya mambo kama hiyo. Twende na rada.
Sasa, asante. Keith? So I'll be doing a bit of a context setting for today. I'll just take a few minutes because we are trying to be good keepers of time. So I'm waiting for some numbers on the screen, but I'll try my best. So just a bit of introduction. I'm Thomi John, a project officer with the National Taxpayers Association. Together with the team at NTA and other tobacco advocates in the room and other partners who are also non-government organizations, and also we have government agencies. We work on a tobacco advocacy project that tries as much as we can. I know there are two approaches to tobacco advocacy. There is the health approach and there is the tax approach. But at the end of the day, our goal is to ensure that our health is better in the country. So today we have convened here being a Taxpayers Month, just to exchange our experiences and share our path to a better society, a healthier society. I know the work has not been that easy, simply because there is always retaliation from one end, especially ukicheza na unga ya nani? Ya wenyewe. So when you try to tamper with a source of livelihood to someone, then there is always a retaliation. And I must agree, and studies prove me right, that in the space of tobacco advocacy, industry interference is the biggest challenge that we face. So sometimes ago, while discussing with other researchers and other advocates, we felt within our discussion that sometimes the industry is always ahead of everyone else, probably because of the funds that they have and the monies that they generate, and to a greater extent, the narrative that they push. It is very clear that it's Taxpayers Month, awards will be issued, and a while ago, there was also another debate on Twitter about the best employer in the country. And there was issue of EABL, there was issue of BAT, there was issue of Citizen, the Royal Media Group, and many others. But again, the argument was the tobacco industry pays the best, and they were even willing to improve on their performance in that area. So, to a greater extent, there are so many issues that might seem attracting us to support the industry, to support whatever we earn from tobacco, but it might not, in the long run especially, it might not be the best that we have. For instance, when we talk about the health sector, yes, they pay revenue, but the fact is, for every dollar of revenue
received from the tobacco industry, the health sector uses $6 to mitigate those challenges that come with now tobacco consumption and the other social injustices that happen within us. So today we've brought together different people who work with art to advocate for different agendas, some governance, some political, but we also try to ensure that they all are able to support us in the advocacy against tobacco consumption. And we've gone ahead to try and integrate them, because we know there is the issue of new generation product or the novel tobacco product. And probably it's good that we have Mheshimiwa here, because there is always a challenge on how to categorize this, because our laws to some extent speak more to tobacco products. The industry talk of nicotine, and now we are moving from the normal tobacco-based, the plant-based nicotine to the synthetic nicotine, which we feel probably there is need to expand the description. And also, based on a study that we carried recently, as projected on our screens, is anyone able to read the percentages? Yes. So when we talk about this study was commissioned by NTA through the AKU, Aga Khan University, BMI Institute. So the report is almost out, but these are preliminary results. That 5.8%, there is a prevalence of 5.8% of e-cigarettes consumption in Kenya. There is a 53% of the consumers are Generation Z, that is 11 to 26 years. Initially, when I introduced in the first session, I talked of people who were born from around 2000, because I was born way before the millennium. We have 44% being millennials, that is 27 to 42 years. But unfortunately, if you go through the report, and I hope we'll be able to share once it's out, and we'll extend our invitation once again to you. The 27 to 42, that's the bracket of millennials. But actually the consumers of e-cigarettes and the other new generation products are way below the age of 40. They're actually between the bracket of 13 years to 30 years, the bulk of it. The consumers, 70% are men, 30% are women. So when you move forward, kindly, next slide, Keith. Enlarge, so that is, so at a preliminary stage, you realize that our study speaks to that e-cigarettes and vape are consumed by middle and high-income households. Then the tax on nicotine pouches is minimal, so that means the affordability. Remember, the traditional cigarettes are taxed in a tied form, which now speaks to the quantities. But for these ones, there is actually no direct tax attached to the products, simply because our regulations are yet to encompass this in full. I hope we are in agreement, Thomas, and it's factual. Then there is also evidence that these products are traded illicit. This is because when you talk of these products, when you check their rates in the market against the tax that they are supposed to be charged, it simply shows that actually the tax rate and the price of the commodity do not match. So there is a very high probability that we are having products circulated in the market that are finding themselves into the Kenyan market without proper regulation. Then there is also the issue of the products being traded online. I know the FCTC guideline outlines how products are supposed to be packaged, how they are supposed to be labeled, and all that. But again, the industry is circumnavigating these conditions because they argue that this is simply a nicotine product and not a tobacco product. So even if today you're able to get, for instance, Velo, you realize that there is no explicit instruction on the product, on how it should be sold, the effects, unlike the traditional products. So there is also the issue of underage consumption. This was partially tackled during the COVID time when the product was banned. But unfortunately, the issue that happened is just a rebrand, and we've had a reintroduction of the same products within us. So the study, and which is also our request to Honorable Member and the rest of the advocates in the room, is that we push for aggressive taxation. Of the traditional products, we are pushing for a uniform. We go back to the uniform taxation model, which will basically ensure that we have more revenue to the government. We know that there is a 2% Solatium fund being collected from the tobacco industry, which again, I might not go that route, but we actually have little information on how much has been collected and how it has been used. So our request is that over and above the Solatium fund, more funds should also be moved or ring-fenced to be allocated to the county governments, because we know that the county governments offer more services in terms of health, from up to around level 5 hospitals to the county. The national government has level 6 and other policies within the health sector. The next one is track and trace system to be expanded to cover e-cigarettes products to minimize illicit trade. Then we have the capacitate the tax revenue to monitor online trade. So the audience here, I can probably say, out of just sampling and running my eyes through, is that a good number of us are youthful, below the age of 35. And most of us are probably on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, and the rest. The other day, there was a very engaging debate about TikTok and what is being displayed. Our request is that the KRA should be able to be enhanced or probably directed by Parliament or through any other policy information, so that they are also able to monitor the trading of these products online. And also probably, if it's possible, we safeguard our youths, because the industry has again been able to demonstrate that these products are good. They take you to another level. Young commented about Lyft. While you are in the office, it lifts you to another level of productivity. For our young people in schools, because that comes in recommendation number 5, needs to play a more active role in screening for consumption of these products. The products are packaged, some of them appear like pen. They don't have any odor. In fact, some are flavored to the extent that you might think someone is chewing juicy fruit, a PK, any other product. Some of them are smokeless. So to a greater extent, our youths who probably consume these products are not able to, as a parent probably, or as a guardian, or even as a teacher at school, you might not be able to tell if these students or these pupils are consuming these products. Because we realized from the study that at the age of around 12 or 13, some of our children are consuming these products. So the question is, why art? Why Mheshimiwa here? And probably why the rest of you here? Is for you to help us push that narrative. And with that, few remarks, I'd like to welcome back my co-host. I think I've sidelined him for the longest, but it was his doing, not mine.
Can I add something on that?
Sure.
There was a time I used to do mentorship in community, maximum prison, and I used to meet all these people who have done crimes and all these things. So we had a long time with these people, and I was like, so what pushed you guys? I asked them. The answer was curiosity. So I spend a lot of time with these people, and I ask them, for us to curb crime in a nation, what should we do? I was asking hardcore gangsters. You know what they told me? Bring people here to visit us. We'll tell them our stories. If we get people with stories, we say cancer killed. But who has it killed? We say cigarette kills. Who has it killed? I feel people will feel more attached if they have someone who has had cancer from cigarettes and all these things, so that when we show our children, we say there's an example to it. That was just me. Tunaenda wapi mkubwa?
Tunaenda kwa Wazito.
Wazito wa come through.
Kabisa.
Utaintroduce mzito mwenye na kama alafu introduce mwingine. Tunajua uko na ujanja mingi kuniliko.
Sawa.
Basi tuende sana. Tuanze na lazima mzito kama mzito na ana welcome lazima welcome na club na si club ya kubahatisha. Niwafundishe club ya Wazito. Niwafundishe. Twende hivi. Clap hivyo. Twende. Señorita. Parapanda. Señorita. Parapanda. Kanyagia. Wewe unaenda wapi na introduce mzito? Mtaka introduce mzito kama? Unaniacha hapa hivi na umeniacha na uzito. Karibu tu introduce mzito. Introduce mzito alafu introduce mzito mwingine next because wewe uko na words powerful because imenishinda sasa hivi ku hold.
Ni sawa.
Awesome.
Poa. So thank you very much. So at this point, I would like to welcome NTS National Coordinator, Madam Irene, and from President said before, an advocate of the High Court. Welcome. I think this is the first time I'm...
Señorita, Parapanda. Señorita, Bagafite. Asanteni.
Good morning. Mheshimiwa, Honorable Member, we are very pleased to have you here together with your team, friends from the CSO sector, and particularly tobacco control advocates, represented by our governing organization, KETCA. We are very grateful to be here. Honorable Member, amongst us we have NCD Alliance Kenya, KETCA, sometimes I forget the full. I think Tommy and colleagues will give us the brief. But here we have people that advocate normally around tobacco and its negative effect on health. But more importantly, we have the younger generation of economists. We have been partnering with select universities in Kenya, and particularly students from the economics department, because we understand that here we have the potential policy makers. So just in case you felt like they were talking too much of the Wazito, I think as we fade away, you guys are the next generation, and we are greatly concerned on how do we influence your mindset that you can balance both revenue and health. So today, as a National Taxpayers Association, we are here against the background of a day where our government awards the people they view as top taxpayers. So if you follow closely, the president will be somewhere in Nakuru and the team and the Kenya Revenue Authority, and they are awarding top taxpayers. In the last 5 years, among the top taxpayers has been the BAT and the likes. These are the people whose product has been known that if you use it very well, you die, isn't it? I think that is what we've been told. If you use it as per manufacturer's recommendations, you're sure to die. But these are the people that today we are awarding and saying thank you for adding money to the economy. And so as we are here, that is what we wanted the students, our leaders, to understand and help us see. Are we as NTA the ones that are missing the point? When the president 3 days ago said we are relaunching universal healthcare. If you're employed, we are increasing the NHIF deductions because we want to provide more health services to you. But here we are celebrating the people that are eroding our health budgets, because we understand that for every $1 you receive from the tobacco industry, you use another $4 to clean up the mess in terms of your health care. So where are we going when the president and the government of Kenya tells us that we are improving domestic resource mobilization in Kenya? That kulipa ushuru ni kuji? Sindio? But hapa tunalipa ushuru and tunaumia. Tunasema Zakayo, mimi siongei, sindio? So let me forget the politics and get to the substance. For those who do not know us, National Taxpayers Association is an organization that is focused on linking tax and service delivery. Friends that we have invited, most of us can agree we pay tax, but who collects the garbage in your place? You pay. When you went to your health center the last time, I come from Kasarani, proudly from Kasarani. When I go to Kasarani Health Center, most times naambiwa hakuna dawa. The doctor will see me, but the test for the pharmacies for medicine, the test inaitwa lab, you'll be told go out and then bring the results. So when you're telling Kenyans that you want to increase NHIF, are we saying that we will provide better services? If you went to a public school like myself, for the people that come close to an area called Madari, Kiboro Primary School, I was in a school called St. Teresa's Primary School. And our life then was a bit better in terms of public schools, but now you look at the congestion in our schools, you look at how much our government is giving a child in a public school. It is less than 4,500 per year in terms of FPE capitation. But with all due respect, the per diems we give civil servants, you hear 14,000 per day against 4,500 per child per year. And you expect that we have happy taxpayers. So these are the conversations we are trying to say. We are not against taxation as an institution and as citizens of Kenya, but we are against the redistribution that is not fair. We cannot say that more than 50% of the revenues collected in Kenya is used to pay wages for Kenyans who are only 17% of the population of Kenya. 83% of Kenyans are in the informal sector, but they don't get a lot of this redistribution in terms of services. So that is what our organization focuses on. And to do this, we do a lot of this through scorecards. But the reason we are here today is tobacco, and I would want to just take a minute or two to explain why we got into the tobacco field. We have been developing health scorecard for each county, and you would see that most citizens are saying they don't get medicines, medical personnel to patients, the wait time is very long. And so we asked ourselves, will we continue developing these scorecards and give to our elected leaders, but we are not giving a solution? So we looked at this tobacco sector as an area where we are telling government, from our scorecards as NTA, we have seen that we do not have enough medicine in our facilities. But here is a project, a product that if you tax well, you'll be able to get revenue that will help you to fund the gaps in your health system. Currently, our government taxes tobacco at 39%. So the price at which you buy tobacco, only 39% of that price is equivalent to taxes. But as Kenya, we have signed what we call WHO FCTC. This is a document that we have agreed internationally should guide us on how we tax tobacco. It says we should tax it at 70% of taxes. We are at 39%. We still have a lot of room to tax, yeah? So why do we want Sakaja to start taxing Mama Boga and preachers while we are not taxing BAT? We still have from 39 to 40. See, there's a huge difference there. So that's the conversation. We want to move this 39 to 70, and that is why we are here today. We are here to again re-emphasize and tell the government that when we tax the tobacco sector, they will not leave Kenya as an investment destination, because that is the concern of the economy seated here. What you're taught in school is that we want to attract foreign direct investment. So the more the companies come to Kenya, the better for us. But we have evidence that there are countries that have taxed tobacco up to 110% in terms of taxes. But those companies are still within those countries. We as an institution, together with KETCA, have made submissions before the Parliamentary Finance and Planning Committee. And we have asked them to tax this product. We have shown them how much we are using. And as I speak, please, my colleagues from NTA, run what we have put today on today's newspaper, if that is possible. Let that go up. So we have discussed this with government, and for the last 5 years, we can at least say there was always in the Finance Act, you would see tobacco taxed. But for the first time of this current government, they have done their first Finance Act, they did not mention tobacco. And that is worrying for health advocates and tobacco advocates. Because does it then mean that for the next 4 years, we will prioritize revenue over the health of Kenyans? That's the critical question we want to ask, and we continue to ask today.
And more worrying is that over and above the traditional tobacco products, my colleague has said that BAT and the likes have changed tact. They have said there are new products that actually help people to stop taking tobacco, and they first try to register this as a health product, that it helps you to stop smoking. But I'm happy because of the aggressive advocacy by KETCA, ILA, and friends here, the government had to go back and say that this product needs to be classified as still tobacco or new generation products and be taxed appropriately. And so those are the small wins that as players seated here, we should be celebrating as we come to the end of the year, that there are things that we have done. It doesn't look so good, but there are things that we've been able to do. So, Mheshimiwa, we are happy we've seen you in the House representing Kenyans very well when you ask critical questions around new generation products. How are we taxing it? And that's why we went with support from Tax Justice Network and Aga Khan University. So our data, I think, because of the CSO, where Mheshimiwa sometimes tell us, where is evidence? So we partnered with a very credible institution, Aga Khan University, Brain and Mind Institute, and that is part of the data that my colleague was speaking to, which we will share. And from that evidence, we see that it's a concern that most children, I know he mentioned from 11 years for the new generation, but the researcher told us there are areas where our children are starting to use these things from 7 years, as young as 7 years. And so the schools also need to understand how do these products look like. And if a child starts using them from 7 years, what does this mean for their health? The cancer is a menace in our country, but we continue to have a lot of challenges. So today you can see we authored, and we hope that our policymakers will be able to see this. This is on today's Nation. I don't want to look at Tommy, I want to look at the content, but I have to balance. So yeah, take us back to Tommy, and that I think is his. Today, this year he finishes very strong. But the message there is that Kenyans, up there it says tobacco, we are looking at health versus revenue. What do we want as a country? If today we are awarding BAT, I hope the policymakers will be able to read this and see how far away we are. Move us to the one that has me. Not because you want no, but I think those, which I can't see clearly, those I think are the problematic areas where we are talking about cancer. Friends, please know that for the first time Kenya has a National Cancer Institute, because we are saying cancer is a thing that we need to address. The strategic plan for the National Cancer Institute says that we need to tax up to 70%. But we've never seen the Cancer Institute going to have that discussion publicly before Parliament. So the problem I see is a lot of lack of coordination, because it is not my place as National Taxpayers Association to appear before the Finance and Planning Committee, before the National Cancer, because then why are we giving that institute money if they simply cannot make submissions before finance? And their own strategy says tax it up to 70. And that is government to government. It is easier for government to listen to government than government to listen to us. So that is the first problem I find. And you can see how much we are using to treat NCDs. So that strategy already shows that the current national NCD strategic plan shows that 43.5% of hospital beds in 2020 to 2021 would be attributed to cancer and tobacco. And so if you're already saying that that percentage of our budget is treating tobacco and we're increasing NHIF, does it make sense? It will never translate into medicine in your facility. Lazima tuzibe zile shimo, si ndio? Hapa tunaongeza pesa lakini hatuzibi ile shimo ambayo iko obvious there is a problem. So I think our policy makers really need to just start speaking to each other at departments. And I am also really shocked that it is honorable member, and that's why we view as a champion, Honorable Sabina, that we expected CS, with all due respect, we expected CS Nakumincha to be able to be the one who's speaking around these things very clearly. When the BAT saw that we had Honorable Kuria, CS Kuria, as a trade and industry CS, they went and they actually had a round table which was televised. So they were very quick to go and meet him and tell him, this is our contribution to the economy. But they never told the CS, and this is how much you are using to treat. So we expected that the next day, the CS Health would also go with her data and say, they were here yesterday, but this is my data, this is how much we are treating. So I feel that the Ministry of Health is not doing enough. trade, because if their docket is to attract investment, they will have conversation who they want to have conversation. But Ministry of Health, because their role is to promote healthcare in Kenya, should also have these critical conversations, but they are not. Honorable Member, there are a lot of divisions between the tobacco division, which I think is something that in the House needs to be brought out. The law has been passed saying that 2% of the total sales from tobacco companies need to go to our Solatium Fund. But this fund has not started being used, so the money has been collected. We don't know how much to date. We don't know what it is being used for, because there is a push and pull between Tobacco Control Board and the tobacco division. And I think tunasema fahali wawili wakipigana nyasi ndio zinaumia, si ndio? So this battle between these two titans is affecting tobacco control advocacy. And we request that this question is made clear in the House to ask, why did we pass a regulation saying 2%, but this is not being actualized? Because the winners in this situation are the tobacco industries, while the people of Kenya suffer. I want to leave it there because I believe I've been able to clearly point out why this is urgent for us as a country, and that if we don't address this, the next 4 years would mean that out-of-pocket payment for health will continue to increase. The people we represent, even as CSOs, will continue to suffer. And I hope that my submissions, speaking as a lawyer, my submissions, young economists, have been able to move you. Si tulikuwa tunasema kwa debate mvuke sakafu. Wale economists ambao mlikuwa mnaangalia revenue, tafadhali vuka sakafu. Mkuwe na balanced view. Mseme revenue ni muhimu, lakini afya ya Wakenya ni muhimu zaidi, si ndio? So today we didn't invite you here for ambience, the students. We invited you for a thought-provoking conversation to hope that when I meet some of you as the future CSs, I can be guaranteed that my grandchildren, as a mother of 4, I have been very busy. As a mother of 4, my grandchildren will be taken care of by policymakers who don't look at trade, revenue, and big players more than the lives of the Kenyans. So allow me to take it back to, I don't know which MC, there are two very brilliant ones.
MC Drops is here.
But thank you.
Yes. I don't go away, but unaenda wapi?
Nimetuliza.
Habari ya siku ya leo?
Nzuri
Uko
sana.
salama?
Kabisa.
Awesome. Ukiongea nimekuwa na a very nimepata a quote from your thought. Unamaanisha kuku ya dhamani kidogo inalala nje ndani ya nyumba na mkulima na ng'ombe yenye maziwa inalala nje. Kuku inalala ndani. Ninamaanisha sigara na watu na kansa inalindwa na gun. Si ushana sigara ikitransportiwa?
Inabeba na gun.
Inalindwa na gun. Na hospitali zetu zenye zinatulinda hakuna mtu analinda, tunafukuzwa nje. Ndio. Sio. Mama ngapi umekufa huko hiyo kifukuzwa kwa manini sababu watchman amekataa na sigara na nini na gun. Thank you so much for you watu umeingiza ndani yangu. So sasa hizi sikuache bado na kuacha kwa Noma. Okay. Noma ni I'm not worthy to introduce the person when anakuja next on stage na kurushia Noma.
And I am very pleased to have that role, which is to welcome our chief guest for today. If you've been following closely on Twitter, I think today there's a win for Mheshimiwa. She's trending. She will speak to that because I'm not a politician. So I'm happy she's smiling. So we've got her on a good day. But I believe...
Okay, so Mheshimiwa kidogo before hata uingie stage. Hebu tusikie kuna video fulani hapa ya Mheshimiwa before tuende it was stage. Alafu mimi nakuja hapo kuita na makofi sipande stage kwanza, mimi ni mwenye makofi. Afle kitu tusikie.
Play.
Volume.
Anyway, you can still get a solution to this.
I not opened or used it at all. All right, honorable members, let us hear the CS on this product. Those who would want to see it will see it from Honorable Sabina. Order members, now we are becoming disorderly. Kindly let the CS make the response. Honorable Sabina Shege, kindly withdraw the product from showing to the members so that you can hear the response from the CS. And I think you can do that later after the response. Honorable CS. Honorable Speaker.
Niliwafundisha makofi ya. Señorita. Parapanda. Señorita. Parapanda. Asante, karibu mheshimiwa.
Can you give her a clap as she comes?
Señorita. Parapanda.
Are we still in the morning? Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
I like saying God is good
All the time.
and all the time.
God is good.
Mko poa?
Yes, sir.
When I grow up, I want to have the talent ya spoken word. Unasikia vile naingiza mistari hapa. Well done, our MCs. I want to appreciate the entire team present this morning. I'm again also very humbled to be invited here to speak. When I received the invitation, which came very late, I didn't know the expectation. And I kept praying that I hope those are not guys who want to come and convince me otherwise on my stand against the tobacco products, especially the nicotine pouches. So this morning I delayed a bit, just to wait for you guys to start and just to pin at the tempo. Because I know what happens when you start advocating for some of these things. The industry will use a back door and you'll be invited in a forum where you'll be convinced otherwise. So I want to appreciate the organizers for today because we are fighting for our generation. Secondly, najulikana kwa kuuliza kaukweli. Kusema kaukweli kidogo. So I want to ask, how many of us here have either used vape or lift or velo? How many of us have even seen it? Unajua hata kama umeona sasa kwa TV. Kuona. Na unajua Mungu akirudi saa hii, so how many have used, and especially the young generation, how many have used hata ile uliambiwa tu taste tujue ni nini? Unajua Mungu anaona. Wako, si ndio? Yeah. So I just want to say something because God have given us an opportunity in our different spaces. If you are an economist, as a student, if you are in that organization of the ones who are taxpayers, if you are a legislator, if you are an artist, and by the way, I want to appreciate all the artists who are here because that's my background, that's where I started. And so I want to appreciate you for taking the right course. When we grew up, I'm quite old, then we used to have advertisements on radio and TV, then it was only KBC. And I remember today that there was one ad that has never left me, which used to be about sportsman. My generation, which are very few, are you here? Yes. Ilikuwa inaenda sportsman, sawa hasa number one, na. Isn't it? Then the advertisements, they used to have those, like for the success cards. I don't know why they used to have couples on success cards. But again, even on those advertisements of cigarettes, they used to have very, fine chicks holding that cigarette. And that attracted the young people into smoking. That's how they used the media. Fast forward, even when I came to the media, I remember my first boss used to smoke. I'll not disclose who she was, and it was a lady. And because we are all, I was employed when I was in my first year in the university, so we looked up to her and she was our role model, and we admired to be like her. She owned the station, she was very smart, and very, she shaped us to who we are today. So now, we noticed that every other lady who was employed started smoking. Why? Because we wanted to look like the host, and she was the hottest chick. She was exemplary good in her work, so we wanted to be like her. And so smoking was one of the things to show hata wewe, kwanza sisi tulikuwa tumetoka ushago, umefika tao. Na umejua maneno. But at some point in the office we said, because it was now affecting all of us who are not smokers, we said we want to cast a vote. Whether smoking will be allowed in the office, or if you want to smoke, you have to go to the toilet. And we voted and we won. So even our boss, she was banned from smoking in her office. It was just an agreement among us, all of us. And if she had to smoke, she had to go and smoke in her private toilet. And that reduced even the number of ladies, or even the guys who are smoking, who were able to do that. Why am I giving you that long story? It's because the initiative we start now, whether you're doing it on spoken word, whether you're doing it in form of a song, whether you go and draw a cartoon, that communication will help our young generation and be among the few people who will be counted that saved a generation. So you don't have to be a politician. You don't have to be that big guy there who is followed, but in your own small way, and especially really attracts a lot of our young people. The social media, the TikToks, all those Instagrams. Now, my small son who is almost 9, there's one, I don't remember which one he has joined. I was asking, and they are calling each other with their friends. And so social media, it's called what?
Snapchat.
Oh, Snapchat, yeah, that one. And you can imagine he's 9, and so he calls his friends who are almost the same age, and they talk on Snapchat. I was like, what is this? How did you even register? So the sister helped him to register. So you can also imagine on those Snapchats and those social media platforms, what are our children getting? You may be young now, you may not have like children, but they will be coming soon. And I hope you get many. So, because like me, I'm the 9th born in our family. So we need to have more children. But you can imagine then what impact the social media will even have now and even in the future. And because we are saying the future is now on social media. So I was moved by stories. I am a mother of 3. My firstborn daughter is 25 years old. Yeah, so yes, and I have a 16-year-old. Okay, and now I have my 9-year-old son. And so in that generation, we, the parents of that age, we have something in common because our children have gone to the universities, maybe some of you are their age now, and we know what they are being exposed to. And even in high schools, I am a teacher by profession. My first degree was in education, but then I did communication and I did my master's. Now I'm doing my PhD. But still, by the way, so apart from being a legislator, I like researching a lot, and I like also leaving a mark in the community. And myself being an artist, coming from the media background, made my name and made my life easier, even going to ask for votes and even survival. Hata vile na survive sahi kwa parliament, nawaambia ni God tu. Naamkaka, nimetolewa, next kioni nimetukana, Muradi sijui amesema nini, lakini Mungu amekuwa na mimi. So being an artist, by the way, it gives you an advantage, eh? You're able to survive many storms. Kwa sababu unajua kukaa na watu. But the bottom line is, when we were sharing as parents, there was this parent whose son had gone to Daystar, and then the guy was going to school, but he was not actually going to school. But by the time they knew what had happened, and they got a pastor to talk to the son, so he disclosed that when he used to go to school, they're not very well up, but he used to get their friends who had a car, and they could just go in, they go around, they buy Mzinga, but they had to take a Velo. And so the worst part is that they could not get high until they take the ndio ilikuwa sasa the final kick. So the guy got hooked and got addicted, and so he couldn't even get out of it. And by the time the pastor was, and so finally he had to drop out of school. And when the pastor was talking to this guy, he was even telling him, Pasi, tafadhali, even before we talk, nibaiye tu Velo, because I can't, I'll die. And the pastor had to tell him, you die, then tutakuzika ama tuone vile utafanya, but this thing you need to leave it. So can you imagine the addictiveness of this fellow? I was the chair of health, and during my tenure, the issue of lift came up. When the issue of lift came up, we left the Ministry of Health had banned it. How the name of lift was changed to Velo, it came back through the back door, and the Ministry of Health lifted the ban silently after COVID time up. We don't know. But then, now you find this Velo, you can access to it anywhere. You go to a petrol station, you go to a supermarket, anywhere, and it's cheap. So what happened? What is happening now? Our children, who are, when they go to high school, they know they are checked, so you can't carry alcohol, you can't carry weed or all those things. They carry Velo. And because majority of women, those watchmen, kulizwa hili nini? By the way, mi wibeba kwa kibeti sijui kama bado iko. Hebu niangalie kama iko kama to me, by the way. Unaulizwa what is it? Inakuwa ni, it looks like sweet, you know, like juicy, like chewing gum. It looks something really nice because the packaging is very attractive. So a lot of our parents and even the teachers, they don't know what their children are consuming. And even for these young ones, because there is a peer pressure, so they don't even find it like it's, you know, it looks nice. Then what have they done? They have flavored it. So it is sweet. But the effect when it's put under the tongue, or I don't know here, or whatever, and unfortunately, even now the girls are putting it in the wrong places. That is what is happening. So by the time wameweka hapo, by the time they get very excited, the things they will have done within 5 minutes, they live to regret the rest of their lives. So for me, as a responsible parent, and a person God gave me a that chance to serve the National Assembly as a that time member of Parliament, I said I will not keep quiet. I asked that question because I thought the Ministry of Health were not aware that this Velo, see how pretty it is. This one, it's Urban Vibe. I don't know what. Yeah, and they say it's very strong. But the question I asked, why would you, as a government, who cares for your people, allow a product that says this product contains nicotine and is addictive? So why would you want to sell to your citizen a product that is addictive? Just to, so to speak, the risk. So, well, when we answered CS, you've seen how she answered the question. And so what I've done is that I'm taking it upon myself first to move a motion to ban these nicotine pouches in the country. First and foremost, to ban them. That's my motion, that's what I want to do. But in the long run, we need to look at many things that majority of you have spoken about and today. You know, about taxation. These are sin tax. And so we need to really look at that 70% that it is honored. So to speak, as I said, I was a chair of health before, on my second term. And the amount of money we are using in our hospitals to treat cancers, it is unimaginable. The non-communicable diseases. And if you look at these products and the things that they cause, we can be able to avoid many, many, many diseases just by saying we will not allow this. I want to say, this nicotine product, it's not life. You want to tell me Kenyans cannot survive with this? Why do we need it? Is it the only source of income that the country can have? So once you save on the amount you are spending on our hospitals, that means then you'll not be taxing your people more. Actually, if you're able to cut the cost on our health care, that means even the petrol we can cut by half. The cost of fuel, isn't it? We don't need to increase the VAT, the increase of the petrol products from 8% to 16%. We need to revert back to 8% and ban these things and cut the cost of healthcare in Kenya. Because that is a priority of the government and actually the priority of the people. And that is why it is amazing that from the time of Mr. Jomo Kenyatta, 1960s, when he started becoming the Kenyan first president, he said he's going to fight 3 things. He said it was ignorance, which is through education, isn't it? Then he said what? Disease. And what was the third one? Poverty. And all these things are tied on the way we set our policies as a nation. And the things that we prioritize as a nation. So So research has been done, and I wish I was here earlier because there's a photo I received of a 12-year-old girl saying she wished she never got introduced to vaping, and by the time she was saying that, a 12-year-old girl who had lung cancer. So what are all these things doing to us? They are causing lung and heart diseases, accelerating our heart beat, causing blood pressure and all those things. So at the end of the day, some people are getting the seizures, others are dying. Others are even committing suicide. Because some of these things also cause depression. So then when you talk about our education, you've looked at the statistics that were here. What are we saying if our children who are between 11 years, can you imagine, 11 years to 18 years, are already consuming these products? These products also affect the brain development. You all know, by high school, when one is an adolescent, that's when you start setting the pace. You know, by the time then after high school, then to 24 years, you're finishing your university. So do we want to wipe an entire generation because we want to earn taxes or want to make money? Again, because I'm old, there was a program that was called Money or the Box. Money or the Box. Naona wale watu wa generation. Wengine washiki so I can tell wale wajui. Ilikuwa program ilikuwa KBC. Besha kana bahasha. Besha kana bahasha. Au there now also. Yeah, Money or the Box. So today, I want to ask you, who are the people who are seated here, because you are invited here because you're very important and you have a contribution towards saving a generation. And I want to ask you, do you want to choose money or health? Kuna watu wanasema money. So is it money or health? That is a decision that we all have to make. So I might not be very popular. And you know these people, when they start fighting, they fight in various ways. You never know. They look for us in different ways. So they can even find the ones who are fighting me to manage me better, and I lose my focus. But me, I'm one woman who is so determined. When I say I'm going this way, I don't change. Yes. When I say that I'm supporting Baba, hata nilimbaia viatu na tukapanda mlima. Yeah, vile tulislide kidogo. Tulifika kulikuwa na ice, kumbe tukaslide, tukarudi nyuma. When I said I don't want maandamano, because I really care about our children going to school, I care about our business people, I chose peace, and because 2018 was the only reason why everybody left Uhuru was because of handshake. But Uhuru convinced us that he did handshake for peace of this nation. So now I did my own handshake. I said, I also don't want demonstrations. I want peace of this nation. And because that's where I was, and I said, I'm not going for maandamano, that's why I've been whipped and menyang'anywa kiti ya deputy whip. Lakini ni sawa, if I have to sacrifice for this nation, for the peace of this nation, that's just a very small position. Lakini Mungu ni nini tena nimepewa whip sasa wa Jubilee wa chama, niko mwenye chama sasa. Na tunang'ang'ana na bazoo, so yani life is hard, lakini Mungu yuko. But I want to promise you, and I will also invite you, because I also want to look at the tobacco control and see, because initially, what was there before, of course it was just the traditional tobacco. So now we have the e-cigarettes, we have the synthetic nicotine, we have all that. So which we need to encompass all that. And I'm very sure that if you look at the law, you can be able to suggest to me where we can do immediate amendment. I have reached out also to the Deputy President of this Kenya. I also showed him Velo, he didn't know what it was. Because I told him, as you fight for alcohol abuse in Kenya, there's one product that is being used now to make them addicts. It's not even just the alcohol you're fighting. And you see, also these products have also been gateway to now people becoming addicts of nicotine, so they go back to smoking. So when they are lying to us that they are stopping people from smoking and using this thing, I have no connection. I don't know which is the connection between this and the cigarette. Because this one actually makes you an addict and now you want to smoke. It gets you hooked to nicotine. So we really need to work around the clock. I am ready on the amendment of the law, but my first priority now is to push and ask for the ban. I'm going to move that motion, and I have already tried to lobby, and I'm still lobbying my colleagues. I hope by the time we get there, they will not be corrupted. They will follow, they will save our generation. But after that, what is permanent is not just the ban or a motion, because what happens with a motion, when the parliament say aye, then the ministry and the other people are supposed to follow up. But once we amend the law and it is signed, that one becomes final. So I'll be looking forward to amending the law so that then we can have all these new products incorporated and banned in Kenya. And I'm not fighting anyone. I just want to stand counted as a mother who saved a generation. So for the young people who are here, for the ones who are in the universities, please be the champions also. Talk to your colleagues. For the ones who are in creative arts, let's do all those cartoons and everything just to show the impact. Because a lot of people, it's ignorance. They don't know the poison in these things. They want to get high, they want to have fun, but today you're high, you're having fun, then you can't get off it, and then you lose your life. It is as serious as that. May God bless you. Unajua mimi mwanasiasa sitaki kuongea sana. Mungu abariki sana. I'm happy once again for inviting me. I am ready to walk this journey together as we save our generation. May you have a good afternoon. God bless you. And may you be fruitful in whatever you do. Mungu akuonekanie. Asante sana.
So thank you very much. Ukiambiwa ubarikiwe sana, what's the response?
Amen.
Watu walienda Sunday school. And I know it's an Arabic word. Is it Arabic or Jewish? Amen. So it's not a religious term, but it's an acknowledgement, right? So I know Mheshimiwa is very engaged. Same to other guests that we are having here. So there are 3 things. Mambo ni ngapi? So nataka tufanye haraka sana iwezekanavyo. Yeah. So we are having artists in the house who helped us develop some artistic material. Some are in soft copy, some are in hard copy. Allow me to use that term. So I'll request 3 people from this side to come in front, 3 from that side to come in front. Kindly. Chap chap. So we are having 3 tables other than this one. Here we are having 4 tables, so we have consensus. Mutume representatives are watatu. You can display. Yeah. Move closer to the center. My co-host, he has vanished. So I will need probably interpretation to this, but you're able to see something, right? And some writing. So Teardrop, where are you?
Hapa sana.
Saidia serikali hapa.
Hapa sana.
Saidia serikali hapa.
Ndio labda msanii hapo in the building. Huyu ndio msanii anaweza sema more about the art. Because kila mtu anakuwa na inspiration ndani yake, sio? Sema mingi waulize.
Hi everyone. My name is Eric Sticky. I'm a visual artist, graffiti artist, and a break dancer.
Makofi ya Sticky kwanza kisema.
So these artwork I was approached yesterday by him through a friend, and I like taking challenges. And when he told me the message was all about the dangers and effects of nicotine, or rather cigarettes, we just decided to come up with something that's just in your face. I've heard the cigarettes being called the little tube of mighty wonders, but the wonders are like on the bad side. So what we thought of was just a pack of cigarette and a couple of maybe stubs of cigarette just sort of burning, and then just showing, and then just writing up all the dangers. I had to Google because some of them I was not sure about them, like diabetes and all that. So we executed it yesterday, and I think it's more self-explanatory because we all know someone who smokes, and we all know it's bad, but we sort of need to have that conversation more and more. Yeah. So both the adults are basically sitting and you can see what it is all about. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
One artist on the stairs, bado ni mzito kufika hapa juu, like it's here. I think the patient there will come at work, but they'll be here for the third paintings here.
Yeah, it's okay.
Awesome.
So we'll be moving very fast, and before I welcome Irene for the third bit of it, it is the second one now, and it's a humble request that we have a photo with you. So there are three categories of photos. So the first one will be with our partners, who I believe, for us as NTA, Irene allowed me to declare our support to the cause by Mheshimiwa. The other partners, I hope they are in also, because I know they've had previous engagement. So we'll come here, have a photo with Mheshimiwa. The next category will be for the artists. So they'll also come here, have a photo with her. The third category is at NTA, we also do mentorship. We try to come up with tobacco champions annually, the tertiary institutions, and even those, because we also have some other projects in community. So we also pick a few people who can support us, youth specifically. So they'll also come in to help us to take a photo with you, so that we can be able to have this as part of the memory, and probably for those who are starting the journey, a point of start. For those who are continuing with the journey, a morale booster for the same. So kindly, our partners, come in front. And there is a t-shirt, kuna jazi, Dorcas, cheza kiwewe. So welcome. So as they come here, partners kindly come. As they come, I know
mwenye ukanimwenda wapi atufanye mambo ni matatu.
Teardrop.
We review what is coming to end. 2, review tax policy. 3, we ban nicotine pouches. Hapo tutaendelea hiyo haraka.
Ban the pouches.
Mambo ni matatu. Ya kwanza ni review what is coming to the country. Pili, review policy. Policy and number 3, ban nicotine pouches. Why is it?
Teardrop. Tunakutengenezea mistari. Kindly turn the t-shirts. There is some information at the back.
We do mix.
Tobacco taxation for optimal health.
Oh, sorry.
and one without the t-shirts.
You'll give us back the t-shirt.
You'll have them. That's what I can promise.
Move closer.
Balance picture.
And you smile, eh?
Yeah.
So artists, artists in the house, kindly come. Artists in the house, kindly. Let's be swift.
Kindly carve it, not round. Artists try to carve it.
Any artists in the house, kindly come.
Mwili tulikare. Artists out.
She's down to earth. She's a grounded person.
Na picha itauzwa, itaoshwa, itawa nje. So prepare your 100 shillings and have your photo.
Smile. Nice.
Great. Tobacco champions. Tobacco champions. Tobacco champions, let's be swift. The way we communicate on Twitter, Instagram, FB, and any other platform. Thank you, Jeshi.
Waingie ndani tena.
No, mwisho pale.
Mwisho ni mwisho ni mwenye
That's the last one, white.
White. Huyo wa brown.
Na pale green ako sawa.
Green ako sawa. Ako sawa. Acha ingie tena. Oh, the gentleman. Okay.
Okay, some fire now. Champions, you're champions, yeah?
Thank you very much. Thank you. For the sake of time, I won't set up the podium back. Just leave it there. So, Mheshimiwa, before you came, while we were trying to introduce ourselves, we had already done the first session. There was someone in the house who requested that we don't introduce him, because probably you might not even know him, but having interacted previously with his work, you know him, and probably it made you happy or unhappy, angry, or whatever your sentiments were. He's not aware. He has been hiding behind some artwork, and I think just to be safe, even for myself, I'll just ask him to come. He has a piece that he has done, and I can confirm, because I had a look at it before, that you don't appear in that piece. But you can come, do a presentation of about 5 minutes, and then Irene, our executive director, will release you. Yeah. Welcome. You know him?
Yeah, thank you very much.
You can still remain anonymous.
Yes, I prefer to. But I can assure you I was working with you during this your journey of TNA and all those things in my cartoons. I'm a political cartoonist, so you're one of my favorite victims. So it's good to meet. It's really good to meet one of your victims. Without much ado, I would like just to present this. I got to talk with Irene, and I was trying to understand, and it's coincidental that even as we're talking about it, we're trying to balance the issue of taxes and profit and what it means that the tobacco industry is having so much sway in this country, you know, and like they say, art does not sometimes explain itself. I drew this to help people think. Before you came, I was trying to help people understand that we need to be critical thinkers, because when you think beyond the obvious, then you start interrogating issues. So I leave it at this, because I thought that when people interact with this, then they start asking very pertinent questions around the tobacco industry, and most likely now around Velo, you know. So again, I said earlier that we prefer the background, and because of the interest of time, and because you're still happy with me, I think I'll exit the stage right now.
So it's done. That was so fast. Kindly take the photo back. What can you see? I hope you are a senior editor, right?
Seasoned cartoonist.
Seasoned cartoonist. Let me take that seat of a senior editor, right? Okay? And probably, if we lit this cigarette, okay? If we lit it, yeah, at this point, what do you think would happen? What will happen? We'll burn the profits, right? And my assumption, it might not be systematic. Probably if we further polish it or think together with him, we might be able to do more to this. But this is the information that should come now to the other end. That in one way or another, we can burn the profits. After burning the profits, this guy carries the burden and also is burnt, right? And we lose everything. Okay? Sometimes, probably, if we invert this, assuming this is the fulcrum, sorry, we invert this, and our profits come to this end, and our taxes move to the other end. I'm just joking your mind, don't worry. I'm just joking your mind so that you can see to what extent art can convey information. So that was just a slight deviation from everything else. So Irene, kindly, I'd like to bring you forth to extend vote of thanks, not to everyone because they will all leave, to Mheshimiwa, the rest will be remaining, and also Ndula, because they are leaving over.
Thanks, Mheshimiwa. I think when we thought about reaching out to you, I agree it was on short notice, but we weren't sure when we'll be having the taxpayer month because of the president's diary.
So that was the reason. But we've been following you closely from your days as the chair in the health committee, and we felt we had an ally. It had been very difficult getting you then. I didn't have the networks I have now, but I'm happy that we are now friends, and I would agree with the proposals you've given, the motion to ban and again to amend the tobacco control to first check, does it within the way it's constituted, give us a window to regulate that product, or do we need to amend? But I think over and above that, I like the passion you have for these things. As a representative of the people, I think sometimes we forget and we are so aligned to our parties, so aligned to many other things, but to know that at the bottom of it, you agree that there might be sacrifices that you'd have to incur in this cause, and also being very aware of the BAT. They have very deep pockets, they lobby, they can mess you up in parliament. So to have someone who already is going against what seems to be a Goliath, but is still ready. But we all know how the Goliath and the David story ended. When you have Christ on your side, and I was speaking a lot of God, and I think when you have God on your side, even if the enemy seems that big, know that you also have prayer warriors supporting you, because this is just not a money matter issue. It's something bigger that we are dealing with. And please note that you have the support of NT as an institution and the larger tobacco control champions. Any evidence that you need to make your submission stronger in Parliament, we are happy to share that, and if you allow, we'll be able to then come with the research done by the Aga Khan and other from us that we've done for the last several years that will make your work stronger. So I'd want to release you because I know there are other competing interests, and so thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to future engagements. And as Mheshimiwa takes her leave, Ndula, thank you very much. I think we've been seeing a lot of these pieces on the dailies, and I never thought I'd be able to have you up close like this. That has been a very thought-provoking piece, and I'm hoping that, as you say, this is just a start of the journey, but I see a lot of layers of convergence. So happy to know you, and I'm hoping you'll extend the networks with the other cartoonists. Asante sana.
So there is another piece with us here. Who did that? So that you can just give us an explanation of it.
Hello guys. Okay. See that there's a face facing up with a cigarette. We try to use the metaphor of a volcanic mountain. Okay. Nilikuwa najaribu kutumia metaphor ya volcanic mountain. So unaona kitumia cigarette, moshi inatoka, and then there's then the sense of violence and hospital, there's symmetry.
Ngoja msanii bwana neno. Vijana wako wanaenda ndio artists. Kuja nao karibu na watu wenye wanakuiona, because I think tuko far away from it. Pia apewe the same match kwa wasanii wengine. So that anasema pale chini kuna face, and the face is smoking na hiyo inakuwa a whole mountain, na iko na side effects of it all, na side effect of it all inarudi kama mvua, na ndio inanyeshea wasee hapo, inarudisha kwa symmetry kwa mock na magonjwa na kila kitu pale. Sio? Asanteni. Makofi kwake msanii. My co-MC, if I'm on to, I'm gonna a few thoughts on how art play a big role to push agendas za human beings na health na social advocacy. First of all, in the language, in as much as zinabonga na painting in another language, wenye wana consume sana wanaongea lugha gani? Wanaongea lugha gani? Kama tutawarich na language yao, tutaspeech gospel na language yao. So when we look for artists wenye wanataka kupush agenda zetu, to look for artists wenye wanaweza push vitu to the ground kabisa. Hiyo ni alafu tena medium ya kureach wasee. Kuna so many ways venye msanii amesema pale on the other hand, the cartoonist, that tunaweza reach na all sorts, either in performing ama ni visual ama ni audio. Na pia agenda yetu ni gani kama not only wasanii but wale wasanii wanajali binadamu na wanajali afya. Tutaifanyaje isikae tunapigana vita yenye haina mwisho, because at the end of it all tunaishi kwa country yenye watoto wetu country ni kama kanisa, alafu tuko na Sunday school ni watu wetu wenye wanakama hapo wakiona behaviors na characters from Kenya tunawapea, wanapata vitu kama an example, wenye wanauza sigara wanaiuza viklasi, wanaipackage vipoa, wanaipackage na way that ita feel like kwa mkono yako una feel wewe ni star. Ukiangalia hata wenye wanafanya their adverts, watakuwa an extra mile of doing an advert. But sisi on the other hand, kama tuna account na whatever they are doing, how well can we package our craft that if you get to the person mwenye either na consume ama anataka kwanza kuianza. So that's basically na pia kinyo tunasema mostly ni kuna yenye wako ndani ni already, kuitoka ni ngumu. Tuangalie pia kama is there a way mtu anaweza pewa something in the counter the addiction ya cigarette, because kuacha cigarette ni hard. I have a brother mwenye akilewa lazima avute sigara, but kama hajalewa avuti sigara. So sijui utamu inakuanga wapi, because mimi siwezi kuvuta sigara. Nini nyingine nikitaka kwenye how we can push not only consumers na wenye pesa, because kikweli kama they can tax that high na iko na so many things. E-cigarette nilikuwa naangalia kwa kama electrician ama electrical engineer, nilikuwa naangalia e-cigarette, parts of the e-cigarette ziko na batteries. So where do the batteries go? Sigara ukivuta ziko na batteries. Kuna zingine ni rechargeable, kuna zingine they are not rechargeable. You can use them once, zikisha you don't know where to take the batteries. So if you have been to Korokocho, there is a Dandora dump site. Things that come from Dandora dump site, most of it ni takataka inatoka kwa e-cigars. You'll find them here. These people don't know what to do with them. Some of them collect them, children, in terms of also environment, because you've not looked at it on that wider scope. So that was my 2 cents. Nikingojea my co-MC akuja atuendeleshe na sentences. Si ndio? Kuja hapa niona ngojea. Makofi kwa Akibato tunaikuja hapa. Chacha mbovu sasa.
Tumeambiwa mambo ni matatu.
Na
ulifaa hapa ukue hapa unatengeneza hiyo spoken kiasi.
Chiki bro anaingiza kwa noma juu ya noma.
Hii dakika mbili nikipeana hiyo ujumbe.
Alright.
Wewe tengeneza maneno
hapo. Awesome.
Sawa. So thank you, and I think we are progressing well. We've been able to catch up, and I think our program is now in order. So we'll be proceeding for lunch. We are waiting for the meal cards to be shared, probably in the next around 10 minutes or so. Lakini sasa nimeachiwa stage. Kuna watu wa spoken word hapa. Nisikia watu wa stand up comedian. Antonio, uliinua mkono na nilikuona. Nikupe mic. But the meal cards will be here. In the next 10 minutes, we'll be proceeding for lunch. And then afternoon tukirudi, we'll have another like 1 hour, 30 minute session. Alafu tukafunge. Welcome.
Not all art is hand-drawn. Some can be done by a computer and printed. So as we are all aware, and our co-MC's partner mentioned, that the best place to be right now is Kempinski. We are here courtesy of these gentle persons, NTA. So my art is already speaking. NTA has made it possible for us to be here. The issue that has brought us here is tobacco. And our concern is issues to do with health. And we would be happy to have controls in place, cessation and tax. The chief guest who has just spoken has managed to give us a lot of support, and support is critical in terms of underlining this conversation. And we would like to see how to increase conversation around new generation products, new generation tobacco products. And since no one can praise me, Sir Antonio is also here. A retired comedian, but not tired. And ours has been to advocate for increasing tobacco tax and seeing how the conversation around cessation and control can be realized. And my airtime is over. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Umejiokoa. There is another piece of art in the room, and it's on that end. Are you able to see it? And allow me to move it to the center of the room. Are you able to see it?
Yes.
So before I call the owner of the art to probably explain to us how she came up with this art, a quick one from each table. I'm trying to be democratic today to some extent. From each table, I want some help here. The mic to go around on each table, one person just to tell us what they're seeing or what they think this art speaks about. Table inajibu ya kwanza, Milka zitaanzia hapo. Which table is ready? There's a table.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian. Umeitoa tena? Yes. I'm a visual artist. This kind of work, this is called surrealism. So, what surrealism speaks is, it's deep. So from my understanding, fish and life, water, ocean, and now the product that is harmful. So I think there's a lot of dumping of the leftovers of what has already been, what is already consumed, the tobacco, then it gets to the ocean, then kills the animals in the ocean. Thank you.
Thank you. Pass the mic.
Hello everyone.
Hello.
My name is Samson Gumba. I'm from the Technical University of Kenya. So for me, I'll see it as a foreshadowing. For me, the fish in the ocean represent the young generation. And the dumping represents the introduction of e-cigarettes that have affected the young generation. And so for me, the piece of art shows how the young generation is being affected by the excessive amount of and accessibility of tobacco products. Yeah, thank you.
Keep passing. This table. Here. Oh, okay. The offer is good.
From what I've taken from the piece of art, it's a beautiful piece. What I've gathered is that the cigars pollute the ocean, and it's even affecting our meals. And even you as a non-smoker will eventually be affected in terms of your diet, to the point that if you eat a fish that had consumed the cigars, will also be affected. So it's not just being affected in terms of breathing. The cigars have a far more effect than just respiratory systems, even meal-wise. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Nyaberi. I currently serve as a National Youth Representative in the Kenya Scouts Board. I'm a tobacco control champion, and I'm also a trainee advocate at the Kenya School of Law. So what I see there is cigarette filters that are biodegradable, and they're made of some material called cellulose acetate, which affects fish and the marine ecosystem. In this sense, fish can mistake those filters as food, and when ingested, they lead to death. And of course, we know anything that goes to the ocean that is not of use in the ocean also affects the water and other marine life that is in the marine system. So that is what I say from that art, which is a beautiful piece of art. Thank you.
Hello everyone. For me, I see the fish, of course, but my interpretation is viewing the fish in its environment as us human beings in our environment, where there's the e-cigarettes very readily available, the velo very readily available, but seeing the cigarettes in what I assume is the lungs of the fish is that in an environment where the fish should be thriving, it's drowning. So that's my interpretation, that our young generation and even the people who are already hooked to these drugs are drowning in an environment where they should be thriving and living out their life and dreams.
Since we are the last ones and we say that when the milk comes first, we'll give 2 answers. Okay, one thing that I'm seeing there is that the fish is at the bottom of the ocean. So the cigarettes are really heavy on the fish to an extent that it's drowning the fish, and the fish are the kings of the ocean. That's number one. Number two, there is this notion that people that are smoking wanakwanga ni maisha yangu, ni mwili yangu, right? But you realize that at the end of the day, they might not even eat that fish. We are the ones that are going to eat that fish. That is one. Another one is that that fish is losing its life because of the carelessness of some other person. So as much as it's your life, it's your body, it's your everything, at the end of the day, it is going to the marine, which I'm also marine by the way. It is affecting marine. And at the end of the day, there is someone else who is going to consume that fish who is not marine, and it's going to affect Irene. Yes. Oh, once again, my name is Marine.
Hello. I feel like the bigger fish is the society. The water is the environment that we live in as the society. And the small fish, as we can see, they're not dead, so it's the government. Sorry to say it. But the bigger fish, it's dead already, us as the society. But looking at the picture, the smaller fish, they're not dead, and they're thriving in the environment, in the waters. So as a society, we are facing a lot of problems, tobacco-wise, but the government it has nothing to do with us, and it's not helping us. Thank you.
Actually, we have 2 answers in our table. And for now, I don't see any fish there. I see a society being wiped out with cigar. And that is it. We have to do something.
Now we have 3 answers. 4 because she'll also give an answer. Yeah, so for me, I'd like to take the fish as the youth. And as the youth, the pressure you're facing inatufanya to take a lot of hizo cigarettes mingi. Juu ukienda kukaa na wasee, they're using e-cigarettes, hizo vape ama nini, na wao hutumii. Wanakwambia manze huyu msee ni fala, ananga form. So, juu nataka kuprove wewe si fala, you want to take a lot of hizo vitu kuonyesha ati wewe ni tanka wa cigarettes. Unacheki? Si tanka, wewe ni chimney. Yeah, that's my answer.
Sorry. When I'm looking at the bigger fish, mi naangalia wale wa Kongo wenye wamekolea kwenye hii profession ya kusmoke sigara for the longest time. Hao saizi industry imechoka nao somehow. Either way, washakwenda, si ndio? Sasa target ni hao watoto wadogo, the smaller fish, which now tukiangalia ni the new generation. Sasa target yake na the velo kind of, the generation that the new generation products are targeting. Sasa mama akisha kufa na yeye ndo anafaa kuprotect watoto watafanya nini?
So that's the extent to which art can speak. The owner of the art is yet to speak, is yet to tell us what her thinking was. Yeah, the inspiration, the message, and everything. So I'll request that she comes and probably share.
Hello. Hi. Hi. My name is Nina Tanya. My name is Nina Tanya, or Nina. My artistic name is Nina with a H. You can follow me on Instagram. So the piece is about the impact of tobacco on water contamination and the environment generally. And what inspired is the beginning of the year I had traveled to Rongo, and Hapo there's I went to visit Lake Victoria, and on the show, what I noticed is a lot of filters, and there was a dead fish. So I just I'm also I'm an environmental enthusiast. I work at an organization called Unganisha Culture that uses art to promote culture and advocate against environmental crimes. So I just saw the fish there and like how the water was so much contaminated, and it really damaged and just broke my heart. And now, like, when I just read the concept note, that's the first thing that came to my mind. We usually talk about the impact of tobacco to our health, but yet there's also the environment, which is also getting affected. Most of the smokers are very reckless and careless, and we also find that that's like one of the most common forest fires is also cause of smoke. So now, like, apart from the health hazards that smoke caused us, it also affects the marine life, which affects our fish. I'm a fan of fish. I eat fish a lot, and I also keep fish, you know. So it's really sad to see that us human were the ones destroying the very thing that God put us in charge of. So yeah, that's basically about it.
Thank you very much.
And the winner is.
I think everyone is a winner.
There are many truths.
Yeah, the many truths. Because being a judge now at this point, every one of you conceptualized the information very well, and I can tell that we are in the same realm. We are able to understand the effects of tobacco and what we can face if we keep on consuming this. So one fact out of the many facts is that every year tobacco filters, in terms of now the traditional tobacco filters, they dispose, the smokers dispose in millions of tons the filters to our environment. And then another fact is that the tobacco industry was some few steps ahead of us, and that's why they came up, that is one of the reasons as to why they came up with e-cigarettes. When they came up with the first generation of e-cigarettes, they were disposable. So they realized that they've not solved that problem that you can see there, the environmental angle of it, if you are thinking in that line. Huh? So they went back to the drawing board and then came up with refillable e-cigarettes and many other tobacco products that they can be refilled. So what is that? Is it environment friendly, the product? Is it?
No.
The tobacco product that is refillable. When they go with that argument to a policy maker, to a government and the rest. Not this one, not the traditional one, not the filters, but the refillable e-cigarettes. That is the argument that they'll give to any government, to any policy maker, to any environment enthusiast and all that. And believe me, they'll be able to sell, they'll be able to convince, okay? So that's another twist to what really happens and the kind of fight that we are having. So I've been signaled that the meal cards are here. So in the order of how we answered the questions, you don't want to be that
really
order.
answer them so that we get joking.
There is another fact that overturns my previous guidance, that there'll be no meal cards. The hotel trusts us that much. So we just moved to the first floor. There is a restaurant there. We'll be served our meals down there. So we were to have another engagement, but I think we'll do it once we are back. Social media engagement, a brief one, and then part 5-4, we'll have a session, and then another brief session, and then we'll be through. So, bon appetit. Bienvenue. So just for your information, that you keep time, we are having a 1 hour lunch break. I want us to try and keep time. The weather is not favorable for those who are coming far and not driving. So let's try and keep time.
My name is Celine Hawor. I am the Chief Executive Officer at the International Institute for Legislative Affairs, ILA. And advocacy is an important component of tobacco control in the country. And advocacy, especially what we do as civil society organizations, has played a significant role in tobacco control
programs, and our main aim is to talk about social change. So wasadi tuna work now, we criticize government. At times we are on the wrong side of the law. In the past we used to do a lot of activism movements. We used to organize demonstrations, but through art, we used to go on the streets and talk about social change, which I know all of us here are advocates. You may be advocating for things in your house, advocating for good leadership, advocating for healthy eating, blah, 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 and we all know that. So we are activists, right? Yeah, so to get back to where I was, Power was founded by one and only Boniface Mwangi and his wife, and Jerry, who is our ED. And we've had track record with artists, worked on various programs since its inception. We've worked with artists across Kenya. We've gone very far beyond. And our key message is always to empower artists, which are the things under our thematic areas: governance, human rights, and youth empowerment. So there are a lot of people who, as I've said, have been our products, and they're able to stand somewhere and say, we started from this place. Huh? So briefly, I've almost touched everything. So thanks to NTA again for allowing us to be part of them, and I hope we'll be working in other spaces even in the future. So also I want to thank everyone for being here. I usually don't talk much, so I'm done. Thank you so much.
Tukisonga sana, nataka volunteers wanaume wawili wasaidie kushika paintings, nataka tuongee kuhusu challenges za art na artist na how tunaweza ziweka better for better collaborations, because I feel like when inafika place yenye tuta work together in the future, challenges za artists na kenye wanafanya na venye itwaje well-being na welfare artists. So nataka wanaume wawili wa nguvu wanisaidie kushika hii tuongelee the art itself, na alafu we only have a few minutes and then tutakuwa call it a day. Sipendi kuita watu na majina. Naweza volunteer kunisaidia kushika hii mkubwa.
Mwenye ameshiba na usingizi na msumbua.
Dakika tu tano. Naomba tafadhali. Ladies Joe.
What a man can do.
I know a woman can do, but this time sio leo. Niko na uwezo na sija kushika usigori. Asante sana for coming through. Last time mwenye ali put together this piece of art. It will take time, it will take energy, but then again inafika place where art is very controversial. Wangapo lisikia wajinga nyinyi ya muziki? Wangapo lisikia wajinga nyinyi? Wangapo lisikia any other controversial kind of music or any other controversial piece of art that you put say into either trouble, into either issues zenye wasikia wataki? When you come across that, when you disability express, and in many instances it's business, and if it's business, tuna affect businesses za wase, because tunaingilia biashara yenyewe na in as much as inasema iko increase. How do we protect the interest of wasanii kama ndio waendelee kuproduce high quality kind of work now wakiwa na the same confidence bila noma yoyote? First thing first, I would say, for us to have our artists to deliver high quality art tutazionyesha zote onyesha tu moja. Ni to give them confidence that what we are doing is for the good cause, first of all. Kuambia we are doing it for the good cause. Secondly, assure that no matter what happens in their cause, they will be protected. Kutakuwa na lawyer wanawasimamilia, kutakuwa na anything if it counts. Because I've been in a place I've done controversial pieces of art, and I know where it goes and where it leads and where it ends, because it's always back and forth. That was just me pointing it out in terms of if we have more artists, because if we need to push this agenda the whole country or in the whole universe, we can require more artists. Now more artists, they come with more terms, and more terms means we need to protect many and we need to work with many, because it's just rahisi, si ndio? So I feel for now niko tayari kuongelea on that, na kama kuna mtu yote ana swali on when we are doing pieces of art that create conflicts, and conflicts inakuwa either attractive or destructive, sio? So mtu yote ana swali on how we come with art or what we can do better or what needs to be done, because you are the audience, anaweza pia ulize swali. Swali yote ni swali, hakuna swali mbaya, hakuna swali nzuri. Niweza jibiwa tu. Curiosity ama remark pia zimewelcomewa.
Any comment?
No comment, no question.
Question?
Kuna question huko kwa mkubwa.
The comment.
Sure.
Yeah, actually, when I was growing up, I used to see you on TV.
Awesome. I'm old.
Yeah. And again, today I'm very happy that I get to see you one-on-one, man.
Amazing.
From another washroom, but I'm like, this guy.
Na yeye kwa hiyo tumekutana washroom ya King Prince Kisia gani? No, sana.
So actually with that, thanks sana kwa ATM as without this, singekuwa nimekuona.
Amazing.
Nasingekuwa nimejua much about tobacco also.
Awesome.
So for me it's a great opportunity. And actually I love other people also to have this experience.
Awesome.
But if you can get them, then let's go for them, let's go save them.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Kuna mmoja pale. Kuna mwingine mmoja.
Good after lunch.
Good after lunch, sir.
There is something that I would really want to emphasize. Personally, I'm an actor, and there is something about acting. When you want to showcase maybe a father who is responsible, in most cases tutamwonyesha akiwa mlevi. Tukitaka kuonyesha vijana wenye wako rotten kwa society, tutasema alikuwa anavuta bangi. You understand? Na tukitaka sometimes wakitaka kuonyesha mtu mwenye ako serious anapeana serious advice, utamwona ako na sigara kwa mkono. Sijui kama mmenotice kitu kama hiyo. In most movies, utaona kama umeona Fences, inakuwa na kitu kama hiyo. You understand? I think it's high time now we shift, because there was a time I was having a conversation with someone. Unapata sometimes, I'm not advocating for weed, but utapata this is far much worse than even weed. You understand? But then unapata the way we are portraying, like, unapata the way tunaweka sigara, wasa wanajificha wakivuta weed, wanajificha wakivuta weed, na wanatembea live wakivuta sigara. Na watoi pia wanaona. Utapata mtoi akitaka kuonyesha mimi ni father ana illustration na sigara. It is the things that they are seeing. So now that we have this forum as artists, I think it's now high time that we perpetuate this thing about cigarettes, that we show how serious it is to the societies. And it is in Azanasisi, everything starts with art. Ukifanya hizo TikTok challenge, just try to portray it in a different angle. Ukifanya, when you are doing those skits, when you're doing all those things, let us stop making these cigarettes to look cool. Ni sisi wenyewe. You understand? Sabina amesema mkubwa wake alikuwa anavuta sigara na ilifanya watu wengine wakaanza kuvuta sigara. Hata sisi sometimes tunaona hivyo ukiona okay, Honorable Sabina. Anasema how that influenced them. Let us just try and do this thing. Let us just push it with the same strength in it push now, pombe, with the same strength in it push now, all these other things. Let us push cigarette. It's a very bad poison.
Awesome. So umesema ground lazima ishikiliwe. First of all tuanze pia na adverts. Wapunguze kama ina adverts ni mara 2 kwa siku, wasifanye kabisa ama wafanye moja. Wasifanye kabisa. Awesome. Amazing. Kuna msingine na swali na before ni Mr. Honorable hapa kuja tuombe venye kunaenda. Ya mwisho alafu jioni aje ama remark. Comment kule pande nyingine.
So good afternoon everyone. Mine is just a comment and applaud the good work that NTA and all partners are doing in curbing this cigarette menace. And just to put into perspective the much voice that the artists and the people in the society have, the voice that they have is that it bears a lot of fruit if you if you insist and you use art now to propel this campaign. There has been, I'm from the organization that works with artists, and from the experiences that there's a lot of impact that artists and people in this visual artists, be any genre of artists that can get from these such campaigns. So at least in every other engagement that you have, every gig, every other thing that you have, kindly let's push for this, because this is our future, this is the future of our children, and there's fruit, it bears a lot of fruit. So thank you very much.
Asante sana. Umesikia tuna engage wasanii. Ikuwe ni kwa ofisi. Msanii anaweza inaweza kuwa easy sana because during the Renaissance artists walikuwa wanalipwa better kuliko engineer, kuliko anything else, because cathedrals because napanda, all those things. So you see my sketches because they come from the ground. So you see when we get we have a vision of how we want this to end. But wakina nani wanaenda towards the vision, na kina nani wamebeba vision. Inchi kuna flag na sababu. Mkiona flag mnasema ni flag ya inchi fulani. Wasanii ndio flag wa NTA from now on, na kama tutawork now tuwasukume tu sana, watujenge na tuwajenge, sio? Nashukuru sana kwa siku ya leo, na kwa majina naitwa Teardrops. Follow me on Instagram, Twitter and Facebook. Karibu sana my fellow pilots.
Okay, thank you. Sitakuwa leo uketi kwanza.
Okay, sawa.
Mheshimiwa, while you are away, Mheshimiwa aliomba, alikuwa na request ya spoken word.
Hiyo nanirusha kwa noma.
Hapana. So, ama mnasemaje?
Mnataka sana. Ndio nimpe pesa moja basi dakika 2 tu alafu nitoke before niende, because huyu amesema leo sitoki kama sijafanya hiyo. Ndio tunafanya naye mambo. Kwenye microphone. Ataweka vitu in the light when vijana wanakuja wanachiu blackout, kesho wakikosa kusatisfy addiction wataiba mafuta ya transformer na kijiji mzima itakuwa in the dark. Why hi-fi mtaa iko safe, juu vijana hawako safe. Pesa walikunya nao pombe na sigara. Income ukuja after kuinform, kuevolve na kuinnovate. Ukijikuta Twitter utajua sio Taylor pekee utegemea thread kuana daily bread. Kudrive point home uhitaji DL. Retweet my boss might be on your TL. Percent kubwa ya mayouth isiwe ni ya wale buda nipige kalon. Kusota ni temporary, boss au kwa alone. Uswe na mtu not unless una own kampuni ya kolon. Ama uko na shares kwa kampuni ya Cologne, zini vazi usimaini Dolce Gabbana, kazi ni kazi, vijana zidi kazana. Unemployment haikuanza jana. Si kwa Bible hata shetani alitaka connections za God apate job. Nairobi Water collab na Kenya Power imefanya tuna maji moto kwa shawa. Kama stima na maji zinazapatana, sijui kwa nini vitu haziwezi kuwa sawa. Asanteni.
Irene is requesting that you redo it.
Oh, no, I'll continue from there. I'll continue from there. I'll give you something else.
Okay. So, si mmesikia story vile inaenda. So, nimeretweet to your thread. Na unaona tumeangukia another treat, si ndio? Hata muone najaribu kurai.
We didn't realize.
Kama haiko hivyo.
Alright, hauna nyota. Any ingine, but this will be more of a gospel piece. This will be more of a gospel piece. Just a minute. Tumejikuta tukiwa on the run. Oh, sorry. Awesome. Just because umecover Bible yako na leather bush imanishi blessings zako zitashuka na designer na zingine zishuke kutoka China. Miguu ziliambia shingo. Kaa ukijua ni digestion system imeshikilia hii mwili. Mgongo ikasisitizia shingo. Na pia ukae ukijua ni wewe karibu na kichwa. Kamwe utabaki kuwa bega usipotumia akili. Talking of bega, shoulder to shoulder, sisi wote ni mabega. Mwingine ana beg kwa sola na mwingine in dollars. Tutoke from mini ballers to nani bora. Shida za dunia ni same, difference ni currencies. Tuna inspire biashara ndio to change mindsets from serikali saidia to wapi tutasaidia serikali. Haifai kwa breakfast, tumbo ilala njaa, tumbo ilala na bia na una breakfast. Sisi ni watoto wa compass, hatutawahi poteza njia. Hii maisha ni Netflix. Inaanza kana titi mtazamo. Kisha unapata feelings. Prayer zako zina shatter ceilings. I give it all, mimi mtoto wa lepta, hata kama sina shilling. Smile yangu ikiwa intact, I give thanks kwa Mola. Dentist akitaka ashike feelings. Sijui kama kuna rap. Mfuko imeraruka na unadai account yenye imeshona. Unaweza anza na kazi ya karakana. Changamoto, changamka, ziwa kwa sana. Carpentry ilinipea rada na randa ndio nisitupe mbao. Welding machine ndio hii kama unadai historia ya kuchoma. Imeishia hapo. Welding machine ndio hii kama unadai historia kuchoma. Weka fegi X. Welding machine ndio hii kama unadai historia kuchoma. Weka fegi X. Imeishia hapo. Na isirudi hapa tena. Malizia kazi.
So thank you very much. We really appreciate, and I think on the last part of the program, but kuna chai. Chai. The tea will be served at 4. So I want us just to do a brief exercise of way forward. I think from NTA to this extent we've tried, and to our partners as well who mobilized and who came in. We've done our best, but now we are passing the ball back to your court. We want you to help us be good ambassadors. So whenever you are creating your pieces, whether you operate in in a very different field, but the concept has already been sold to you, and in your own way, you can package it. So remember to tag us on your socials, on your posts, and everything. So still, Antonio ulikuwa umesema bye, but I want to give you 5 minutes to take us through the social media posting. Sinyeti bado ndio mnasema haiku happen kama nini zafanywa? Yeah, kama hatujapost kitu. Najua mmemarket Kempinski sana, but it's time to push the narrative. Now, hata tu atusaidie, we do some few postings, and then one of my colleagues will come to bring the vote of thanks, and we'll be winding up. But tea is there. You'll have like 30 minutes to engage. Kwa expectation, kuna mtu alikuwa amesema anataka kufanya nini? Create network. So I'll be giving you around 30 minutes to network and have tea, and then you'll be free to leave. Thank you. So, karibu.
Like I said earlier, we might not be able to give everybody some branded t-shirts. So, those who are active on social media, we will now make sure you get some t-shirt. So those who don't have smartphone, who have something that resembles smartphone, we call upon you to reach out to our president. He promised some 5,000 shilling smartphones. They are somewhere around there. If you just walk between here and State House, you'll find them. Okay, back to social media. I think one of the critical things that has been mentioned here today is that the conversation around tobacco taxation, the conversation about creative arts has managed to bring out the points on what the concerns are, next generation tobacco products. We now are aware what harmful tobacco products look like, and I'm glad that when the chief guest, Madam Honorable Spina Chega, was here, she was able to show you, for those who don't know what Velo looks like, and for those who are used to vape, you now know what the risks are. And for the young people from the different universities who are here, we've managed to also engage with you for the last couple of months. And in our own spaces, we've also been able to unpack what the different type of new generation products look like. And we were able to remind you that if you stick to vape, the type of vape you'll be put into when you go to KNH, Kenyatta Hospital, we showed you how it looks like, right? But now what we want to see or get at this point is to hear your own opinions or your lessons learned. And we don't just want to hear it here. This is a closed circuit where we are all conversant on what tobacco is. But we'd like to work with you as champions who can be able to mirror the conversation to a wider community out there. Cindy? So then again, the question is back to what we began initially as we were waiting for our other colleagues who are having lunch a while back. So at this point, back to your handsets. Can you just go back to the tweets that you had shared earlier? And can I have my friend go to NTA handle and confirm the follows? Just look at the last 3 followers. People who have followed NTA, the last 3, right now, notification. Doctors, can we have some t-shirts for them so that we just don't promise and we are giving hot air? Instant. And if later when they're leaving, they also get a t-shirt, this was because they showed a gesture and were able to rise to occasion when called upon. Senior? Kili Kibet. Kujo chukue, kujo poke. Unataka kureceive kutoka kwa nani? Unataka, you even choose who is going to hand it to you. Unataka nani akupatie?
And even the color, black, red.
Unataka advocate white of the High Court akupatie? Absolutely. So you also have soft spot for our landed friends. These guys have sick to this country. But it's good, we only have one liar in the house. We can only have so many lawyers in the same place, right? Yes. There are some law students here. Where's the lady over there? Raise your hand. Awesome. Oh, please. Give us the next person so that it's just approaching. Oh, here, please. Do we have to move this? Should I be stealing moments or I stay away?
Stay away. Where? There? I just wanted to say that he's also a former staff of NTA. I'm happy he's now in a good place. And it was very good to connect. Always a delight.
Thank you very much. Asante.
Kama kawaida. Good things happen to good people. Let's have the next person. Kindly.
Rachel Mulumi.
Rachel Mulumi. Ish. Happy Valentine.
Repeat again.
Who is giving you the t-shirt? Hey, MC, where's MC? MC, come and hand over this t-shirt. MC is a strong pillar in tobacco programming within NTA. He should be able to give you. And you can also make sure you remind your audience out there that huyu ndiye alikuwa kwa gazeti leo. Karibu. Usikuwe mbali na yeye sana. Pia usimkaribie sana, ameoa juzi. Sorry, MC sina breaks. Awesome. Another
Martin Irungu.
Martin Irungu. Martin Irungu. Those are guys who have followed the platform today. Those who are following NTA, not those who have commented, not those who have posted. Those the new followers of NTA. Yes. Awesome. Martin Irungu. Martin Irungu, how long? Hold on. Martin Irungu, how long have you been involved with the NTA activity on tobacco? For 2 months and you've not followed the NTA till today? It's okay. It's okay. God is watching. Can we have Ketka? Ketka, kindly come and hand over the t-shirt. Okay. Thomas from Ketka will hand over the t-shirt.
Move this side a bit.
Just move. Awesome. How many more do we have? Okay, 4 more. Please.
Marine Gleason.
Marine Gleason. I did not know we're giving noisemakers too, but it's fine. Marine Gleason, please proceed. Next, please.
Harrison Andeko.
Harrison, and there's a Ugandan in the house. You know, I was hosted in Uganda for 15 years. For 15 years I lived in Uganda. If a Uganda doesn't go home with a top, I am also not doing service. Marine Gleason, MC. Oh, okay. Harrison's t-shirt will be taken by Anne, and the advocate of the High Court in the spirit of... So the advocate will now stand here and hand over the remaining 3. Advocate of the High Court, the pilot of this ship.
Move in the middle.
Hey, Songa, move this side. Excuse me, just move this way. And I can see the patterns are the same, black clothes.
Great minds.
Great minds think the same.
You know that.
Awesome. Just remain standing. And kindly come and receive for Harrison. And Nyabo from Uganda. Kindly.
Move.
Okay, awesome. A round of applause. As we are doing this, I hope you are commenting and posting something right now. The last person. You know, they say charity begins from home, eh? Uganda is my second home. 15 years strong. You're welcome. Kade, Mr. UK. Okay, thank you so much. Now, as we are summing up or concluding on this point, now I would like us to focus on social media. How many guys have posted right now? There's a lot going on. You can take a photo of yourself with a friend next to you, upload it on your handle, tag at NTA Kenya, tag Ketka254 on X, tag ILLA info, and then start retweeting so that the team retweets can also start. At some point before we finish, when you're networking at 4 o'clock, we'll also chase after you where you're networking, and we'll give those who are retweeting some few tops here and there. I'm actually going to make sure that the tops are only going to be distributed to those who are engaged. How you get engaged now is coming on virtually. We want to see the online army, okay? So, is that noted? Keep posting, keep retweeting, follow San Antonio International, and let's see how we can converse going forward. MC? MCA? John Tommy?
Yes.
You are the one? Have the microphone.
A minute.
Okay, fine. While John is finishing on that, 2 hour, yes?
You can get one more.
Okay, one more please. Kabana Mwendwa. Okay, now it has become clear people know each other. But hold on, wait. This one I also know. I also know this one. This guy has become a very strong pillar in our campaign. For the couple of months that we've engaged. Teardrop, eh? For the number of months, I'm overholding him, I apologize. So for the couple of months that I've known him and the other young guys here, a lot of things have become clear for me that within the education space, there are very many young people with Yomijituma, and what they have been lacking is a platform where they can be able to unpack and also to identify courses that they can run with. We've managed to emphasize to them the importance of pushing this conversation at their age because they have life ahead of them. And if you invest frontier for engagement. We are going to have small groups within the different chapters in different universities under one community, and we build a 1 million man army. We'll start small and we'll get there. And why is it important for you to be part and parcel of this? Is because the opportunities and funds that are there for advocacy at a larger scale is targeting you young people. So we want to equip you with enough information and push you to the forefront so that you can run the conversation. If the TC companies, tobacco companies are targeting young people, we are also weaponizing young people. Hallelujah. With truth and enough information. This gentleman here, we want to dress you. We're not saying you're not clothed, but we want to give you again another cloth that now can brand you, and from afar we can tell that there goes a good man. Good boys. Yeah. So, somebody is comfortable in her seat. We just have to have. These guys are doing a good job. I wouldn't want to hand t-shirts to them. They are used to me. They call me one of their own. So we like to request the ED to kindly just do us the service and hand over the t-shirts to them. There are actually two here, but there's a third one because photography is a joint effort. Where's your other third friend? Sam Onyango Were. So guys, you just stand here for the other end, and then let's have Madam Edie hand you over t-shirts, and then I will hand the microphone back to our able MCA / John Tommy, our head and team player for tobacco. Moja moja, msiaribu wengine picha. Some two of you can come to my end first. Stay away.
I think it's just yesterday I knew what a reel was. I was asking. So I appreciate.
Yes. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Tumesema wewe ni mweusi na uendelee kuwa mweusi. You can go over there and change for the color in case you have a problem with that. That's a good thing with being at the forefront. You have to negotiate. More reels are coming from today's event. We'll have a couple of them. And thank you guys so much. Again, I remain your able assistant, Sir Antonio.
So thank you very much. I don't want to extend my stay here. So I'd just like to welcome my colleagues, Keith and Janet, move the vote of thanks. And with that, I won't come back here. So once ukisikia umetosheka na asante zao, that will be the end for our today's engagement. Otherwise, we hope to meet again and continue with the advocacy. It's not over until it's over. Lastly, nawakumbusha tena, watu wanapenda chai kama mimi, msiache chai hapa. Sawa? Thank you. So Keith, Janet.
Hi guys. Are you good? Yeah. Have you had fun? Yeah. Have you learned something? Yeah. Artists, thank you so much for gracing our event. Thank you for the art that you have created. I'm very, I want to say happy, ecstatic that you showed interest and that you're helping us to champion tobacco control. Tobacco is destroying lives, and we need to save these lives. Thank you so much. For the students we've been working with, you guys are powerful people. We need to start somewhere. To end up having policy change and effect the change that we want to see, it all starts with one step. So your continued efforts in tobacco advocacy, the work you're doing, the things you're learning, put them to use. Share your information, use your voices, they're very powerful. The young people, we have a long road ahead of us, and we'll make it, right? Thank you so much for coming today. I hope you've enjoyed the space. I hope you've umeshiba. So I hope you learned something and you're going to carry forward the good work. Okay? Thank you so much.
Hello everyone. I didn't get to formally introduce myself. I was working from the back. So my name is Keith Muhati. I work with NTA. I've been supporting on tobacco taxation project. So mine is just to, for the industry, as you can tell, they're coming up with new ways on how to push their products that seem attractive to young people. So from our ends, we can counter that from pulling our strengths together. From the guys you've seen that have just left the floor, they made a reel for us for a meeting we had on Tuesday, and it was really nice. No one really ever shared such a piece with us. So we continue pulling our strengths together. If you're good in social media, you can pull from that end. If you're good on research, you pull from that end, so that together we can reduce the consumption of tobacco. And lastly, I'd like to thank you all for coming. It was on short notice, but you all made an appearance, which is great. And yeah, have a lovely evening. Thank you.
Saseni, nimerudi tena. I want us to do some few things off camera. So the official program is over, and because I had invited you for tea, hakuna vile tu tutakunywa chai kama tumenyamaziana, si ndio? Amaje? So videography team, we really appreciate. Thank you very much. I know the photos, we'll be having the photos soon. We'll try as much as we can to circulate to
My name is Celine Hawor. I am the Chief Executive Officer at the International Institute for Legislative Affairs, ILA.
At this point,
And advocacy is an important component of tobacco control in the country. And advocacy, especially what we do as civil society organizations, has played a significant role in tobacco control policy implementation in the country, and this is also supported by the recognition of the role of civil society in implementation of the FCTC. The FCTC actually recognizes the important role that civil society, non-governmental organizations, and non-state actors in general play in realizing or supporting achievement of the objectives of the FCTC, which also speak to the attainment of the objectives of our tobacco control